all the participants of this event and extend my best wishes and blessings to all of you. Indeed, I'm honored to stand here to make an opening speech for such an important seminar on trade, facilitation, and digital transformation of multimodal information exchange in Eastern Europe and SPICA using UN standards. Today's seminar is an important demonstration of raising the level of cooperation between SPICA states. Undoubtedly, it has a positive effect on the development of transport relations that plays an important role in the expansion of economic relations. We firmly believe that on the background of complex geopolitical processes and rising economic tensions in the world, the platforms like this will help our countries to uncover new opportunities for better and more effective cooperation in the field of transport operations. Dear delegates, we all acknowledge that the application of information technologies and innovative solutions is of great importance to ensure a safer, more efficient, and effective exchange of information throughout the global supply chain. As you remember, International High-Level Conference on Digital Transformation of Information Exchange in Supply Chains using UN standards was held in Baku, October of last year, and the main goal of that event was to promote trade and transport facilitation in the region and to strengthen digital connectivity along the trade corridors. And we consider this event as a continuation of that event. I would like to mention that Azerbaijan joined SPICA in 2002 and is an active member of the organization. And we are pleased that our country became the chairman of SPICA for 2023, and we hope that it will be conducive for our future cooperation. It's my great pleasure to take this opportunity and share with you the remarkable efforts undertaken by the Republic of Azerbaijan to enhance the potential and the quality of cargo transportation and logistics services within our nation as well as at the global level. In recent years, Azerbaijan has emerged as an important player in the transportation and logistics sector, leveraging its strategic geographic location as a bridge between Europe and Asia. Under the visionary leadership of Mr. President Ilham Aliyev, large-scale projects have been realized, and we may state that a modern transport and logistics infrastructure has been established in our country. The construction and modernization of various roads and railways, commissioning of new international airports, and construction of Baku International Sea Trade Port and creation of Alat Free Economic Zone have turned Azerbaijan into an international transport and logistics hub. Thanks to those efforts, we managed to increase the transit cargo volume by 75% in 2022 and reached to 10.7 million tons. However, that's just the beginning of our journey. As the Minister of Digital Development and Transport, we aim to realize even more ambitious projects. We believe that an efficient multimodal transport system, well connected to international transport corridors, is a prerequisite for the development of trade and unleashing the full potential of Azerbaijan's economy. So far, we have undertaken a series of initiatives to improve and expand our cargo transportation infrastructure, streamline customs procedure, and embrace the transformative power of digitalization. And we are about to launch a second phase of Baku Seaport project to increase the transit capacity of the country to 30 million tons per year. Today, our country continues to invest in transport infrastructure, especially in the roads, railways, and airports in our liberated territories in the Karabakh region. And we are sure that projects implemented in these areas will be connecting the northern transport networks with the southern and eastern networks and will restore the historical connectivity of the region. Another important initiative for the region is the opening of the
Region için daha bir önemli proje Zengezur koridorunun açılmasıdır. Bunun da ciddi olarak orta koridorun transit potansiyelinin kapasitesinin gelişmesine katkısı olacaktır.
Dear guests, digital transformation lies at the heart of our strategy to optimize trade facilitation and logistics services in Azerbaijan. I still remember Professor Abbasov was the first person who I heard mentioning the word digitalization back in 2003 when I was a student at University of Economics and he was a rector. And later he became the minister of the ministry I work for at the moment. And as a great professor and insightful statesman, he was one of the initiators of digital transformation process. We are quite thankful to Mr. Abbasov. Several projects are being realized in the Republic of Azerbaijan to digitalize transport logistics operations and create a single online platform for effective organization of the joint activities of all participants of the supply chain, and then integrate the platform into similar systems of neighboring and other regional countries located on the international transport corridors passing through the country. We firmly believe that embracing digital technologies and standards is essential for enhancing efficiency, transparency, and reliability in multimodal information exchange. In this context, we are actively working towards aligning our practices with the United Nations standards, harmonizing our systems with international norms, and promoting interoperability among our regional partners. Last year, our country joined the additional protocol on electronic invoices, ECMR, of the UN Convention on the Agreement on International Carriage of Goods by Road. Also, our international freight transportation with the application of the Carnet Tour was adopted. And I want to emphasize that the first ever e-tier transport based on the convention took place between Azerbaijan and Georgia, initiating a new era for the e-tier system. We highly appreciate the work going on related to the digitalization in the framework of SPICA, and sure that that will bring benefits of the innovative approach for the SPICA countries. However, we think that fragmented digitalization of separate elements of the supply chain doesn't match with the harmonization expectations that is key for the seamless integration. We should use the current opportunity to evaluate the digital solutions and benefit from UN-guided standards to develop unified digital logistics systems and solutions that serve for the best interests of all the states to ensure seamless, paperless, and efficient border crossing operations. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize Azerbaijan's unwavering commitment to trade facilitation, logistics services, and the digitalization of corridors. We firmly believe that the digital transformation of multimodal information exchange is vital to unlocking the full potential of our region and fostering inclusive economic growth. We expect a lot from the experts participating in this seminar, and mainly to bring up valuable set of recommendations and guidelines for the member states to help them to embrace the advantages of the contemporary intelligent transport systems for better connectivity in the whole region and the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I hope you will all enjoy your productive discussions during the seminar, and we'll have a nice trip in Baku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aliyev, for these nice words. And we thank for the hospitality of your government, of your ministry in this nice, beautiful city. So I would like to turn now to a pre-recorded message of the UN resident coordinator in Azerbaijan. It's the message of Mrs. Ladanka Andreeva. Can you switch it on, please? She is on medical leave.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you. Multimodal information exchange between Eastern Europe and SPECA using United Nations standards. Let me, first of all, thank the organizers of the event, the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of Azerbaijan, the Institute of Control Systems under the Ministry of Science and Education of Azerbaijan, and my colleagues in the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. This seminar brings together and connects experts dealing with trade regulations, transport and transit procedures, as well as business community practitioners from both Eastern Europe and SPECA countries. Dear participants, trade facilitation carries an essential role in fostering resilient, sustainable, and inclusive development. The ongoing discussions in preparation for this year's SDGs Summit that will be organized in September in New York highlight that the overlapping global challenges have led to rising cost of living due to value chain disruptions and record high inflation, thereby slowing down the progress on sustainable development goals. Thus, the UN leadership has been urging member states to action and rescue the Sustainable Development Goals. The complexity of the trade facilitation landscape, involving a wide range of stakeholders across regions, also calls for greater international cooperation and capacity building, particularly for countries with economies in transition. Against this backdrop, digital transformation of multimodal information exchange, as well as continued coordination of trade and transport development initiatives, will be extremely important for sustainable connectivity between Europe, Caucasus, and Central Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations country team supports Azerbaijan's aspiration to become a regional transport hub, both within the North-South and East-West transport corridors. Azerbaijan has favorable transport and logistic capabilities. The country is investing significant resources in both hard and soft infrastructure to expand the capacity of the so-called Middle Corridor. We welcome new initiatives on simplification and digitalization of customs and transport procedures along the Middle Corridor, including the recent signing of agreement on combined international cargo traffic and simplified customs corridor between member states of the Organization of Turkic States, the accession of Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan to the ICMR protocols, as well as the pilot launch of the new electronic procedure, ITIR, bypassing the paper bureaucracy between Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan with the support from UNECE. These are all promising indications of emerging opportunities to scale up trade and multimodal transport, which I'm sure will equally benefit the Eastern European and SPECA countries alike. The use of UN standards can further contribute towards the acceleration of digital transformation. That said, welcome once again to Baku, and I wish you productive discussions. Thank you.
Many thanks to Mrs. who is the representative of the UN here in Azerbaijan. And I would like to turn now to Professor Dr. Abbasov, about whom we already heard very nice words from Mr. Aliyev. And thank you very much for hosting our seminar, for the support of the Academy of Sciences, and your personal support. Please, Mr. Abbasov.
Thank you. It's very much pleasure when your students remember you. For teachers, it is very great. Thank you, my student, former student, Mr. Fariz Aliyev. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I want also to welcome you all to Azerbaijan as one of the organizers of this highly international seminar, the capacity building seminar on trade and transport facilitation. And also on behalf of the Institute of Control Systems of the Ministry of Education and Science, we are very, very glad to welcome you in Baku again. The participants of this capacity building seminar include experts from relevant national agencies from TRASECA, SPECA countries dealing with trade regulations, transport and transit procedures, as well as the international business community. The main objectives of this event are focused on building skills in the target countries to implement innovation practices, including technology transfer for the implementation of electronic data and document exchange. One of the main targets of Eurasian economic cooperation nowadays is the construction of reliable transport, the corridors, logistic, and the supply chain network between two continents, Europe and Asia. Over the last 10 years, so many corridors are being built in this area. Even only 6 corridors we have in the frame of the One Belt, One Road initiative. And consequently, the problems we are talking about here are very, very important. In recent years, the Trans-Caspian East-West Middle Corridor Initiative, shortly named is the Middle Corridor, which begins in Turkey and passes through the Caucasus, via Georgia, Azerbaijan, crosses Caspian Sea, and also connect the Central Asia countries, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan road. Moreover, the Middle Corridor gets attraction of the regional countries, especially the landlocked ones. So we believe this seminar will help experts in our countries to gain necessary skills for the implementation of international standards in digital multimodal transport data and document exchange, as well as facilitate the adoption of the best practices from the EU electronic freight transport information regulations. We also hope in the course of our seminar to discuss possibilities for concrete pilots for the digitalization of information exchange in collaboration with TRASECA, as well as nominate the possible development partners for the implementation of transport logistic digitalization projects in Azerbaijan. As for international transport and communication lines, in recent years, in addition to land, air, and waterways, the fourth kind of infrastructure is rapidly developing. This is the digital information and communication infrastructure. Projects implemented by Azerbaijani companies and Azerbaijan government on the transmission of information in the east-west and north-south corridors. I can bring examples, the EPEG, Europe-Asia Express Gateway project, and Trans-Eurasian Information Superhighway. By the way, the 67th session of UN General Assembly, with special resolution, UN General Assembly supported this project. And last time's the Trans-Caspian Information Channel, also one project now is on the way. All these corridors serve to develop cooperation without borders, and these services will expand in the future. Recently, our focus also There has been on the Digital Belt and Road International Mega Project proposed by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The project is aimed at gathering information about land and nature in countries located along the Silk Road. In other words, along the East-West corridor, using airspace means storing it in data centers, attracting powerful computing resources, and bringing together scientists and solving global problems in the climate change, natural disasters, water and food resources, also in the fields of transport. Azerbaijan's space, digital resources, and the scientific potential makes our participation in this mega project possible. With two telecommunication satellites and one Earth observation satellite, mentioned by representative of the ministry, and several tier 3, tier 2 data centers, the high-performance computing center, transnational fiber optic, high-speed information channels, and digital hubs have created a digital cluster in the full sense of the word in our country. We at the Institute of Control Systems of the Ministry of Science and Education are very pleased to welcome this seminar, as we are very interested in digitalization of multimodal transport data and document exchange, notably along the middle corridor. The use of the UN CEFAC standards and multimodal transport reference model as the foundation of the interoperability between different modes of transport, different legislation, different countries, is the only way to go. We are happy to continue to work in all this analysis, pilot implementation of UN standards, and attempts to digitalize information use along the supply chain. The contribution of Azerbaijani scientists and engineers, including Institute of Control Systems, into the future of transportation, logistics, and supply chain in the regional corridors could be R&D and innovation implemented using the artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain technology, industrial control systems, cybersecurity, and natural language processing. It is also my pleasure to invite you to this second international conference on problems of logistics management and operation in the East-West Transport Corridor, which will be held in 2 days, 24th of May, in this hall, in the hall, the national, the library of the National Academy of Science, Azerbaijan. I hope it would be a very good platform for public, private, and academic discussions. Please come in 2 days to come to this hall also. Once again, thank you. And at the end, I want especially to thank UNECE, UN Economic Commission for Europe, and the Minister of Digital Development and Transport, inviting my institute to be one of the organizers and for organizing this high-level seminar. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much, Mr. Abbasov. Thanks for your hospitality, for your kind words, and for this interesting proposal to further the link between standard setters, practitioners, and the academic world, because the analysis is something which is very important to advance further with such important projects. Thank you very much. So now I would like to ask the director of the UNECE Economic Cooperation and Trade Division, Mrs. Elizabeth Turk, to join us online. She will be the first of the online speakers, and I hope everything will work fine.
Many thanks, Mario. It's my great pleasure to be here. I cannot switch on my video because I think it's disabled. So if the room can do that, that would be wonderful. Alternatively, I'm happy to just speak.
Elizabeth, try one more time.
Okay, excellent. Now it seems to work.
Yes, she's on now.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the tech support here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fariz Aliyev, Head of Transport Policy Department in the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Bladanka Andreeva, UN Resident Coordinator in Azerbaijan, Mr. Professor Ali Abadov, Director General of the Institute of Control Systems at the Ministry of Science and Education of the Republic of Azerbaijan, and also Ms. Sue Probert, Chair of UNECE FACT. Distinguished participants, dear experts, dear colleagues, it's really a great honor for me to open now, for the first time, the annual UNECE Odessa seminar on trade facilitation and data sharing. This time, the Odessa seminar is being held in Baku. And here I really would like to thank our hosts for the excellent organization and support. This seminar, like many other UNECE events, reflects a core element in our work, helping countries with economies in transition to learn from each other. Unfortunately, the operation of the Odessa Port Community Information System, which is really one of the great success stories of our cooperation with Ukraine and of this seminar series, the operation of the Odessa Port Community Information System has been frozen last January after 11 months of being idle. However, we are very happy that our colleagues from that port community system, that they are ready to share their rich experience, their achievements and challenges with colleagues from Baku, the Caspian ports, and other countries in the region. Now, this seminar, like many other UNECE events, also responds to a key mandate we received from our member states. A mandate we received through the cross-cutting priority themes of our Commission, that's the highest governance body, and it's a mandate to work on digital and green transformation, and to integrate that into our numerous work streams. So this mandate was given to us mid-April at the 70th Commission session this year. And this cross-cutting priority theme from UNECE's 70th Commission session to work on digital and green transformations is really a perfect fit for this seminar. This year, the seminar is dedicated to the topic of digitalization of data and document exchange in the trade routes and cross-border supply chains passing through the region, notably the so-called Middle Corridor. And the topic of the seminar, digitalization of data and document exchange, is also a perfect fit for the theme of the Azerbaijani chairmanship in SPECA this year, transforming the SPECA region into a connectivity hub with global outreach. And we've already had references to SPECA in earlier opening speeches, and important to mention that that theme was endorsed by SPECA Ministers of Economy and Foreign Affairs mid-April when they had SPECA Ministerial in Geneva at UNECE back-to-back to our Commission session. Now, let me share a few more thoughts about the relevance of data sharing in a regional setting. Data sharing in a regional setting is really of key importance for regional cooperation and integration. And in that sense, the seminar, with its focus on using global UNECE semantic standards and reference data models for information exchange in a multimodal supply chain, that seminar with that topic makes a major contribution to a very important subject in the contemporary world. In fact, if agencies and countries in the region come together around incremental steps towards data exchange in a digital information flow along the supply chains in the region, if they manage to do so, this will be a small step for technical development, but it will really be a leap ahead for the region. Now, having looked a little bit at the region where the seminar is taking place, it's also relevant to look at developments in the European Union. And we've had already references to a very important development, the European Union Electronic Freight Transport Information Regulation, or EFTI, adopted in 2020. And this regulation, the EFTI regulation, I'm proud to say that it uses UNECE multimodal transport reference data model as the foundation to create interoperability in a multimodal electronic data exchange inside the European Union. And the objective is to do so by 2025. And I think that objective inside the European Union, it makes it even more relevant to utilize UNECE semantic standards and reference data models in other sub-regions of the UNECE, including along the middle corridor that has already been mentioned several times in the opening speeches. Now, two of the topics of the seminar cover exactly this point. First of all, the pilot project on digitalizing the consignment node accompanying goods transported by rail in the Transrail corridor using UNECE standards and artifacts. And second, discussing the use of UNECE multimodal transport reference data model in the data exchange across the Caspian between the ports of Baku, Aktawi, and Kurmanbashi. Now, these two elements of the seminar, they are part of a greater sort of design for trade facilitation. These are two building blocks for the broader objective of harmonized digital flow of information across the trade routes between Europe and Asia, be they called Silk Road, Middle Corridor, Eurasian transport links, and so forth. Now, the relevance of this topic for the Central Asian geographic space has been recognized by the Ministers of Economy and Trade and Foreign Affairs of the SPECA participating countries when they gathered in Geneva mid-April. And ministers of SPECA participating countries, they adopted a joint ministerial statement, and in this statement they request UNECE to develop a roadmap for a digitalization of multimodal data and document exchange along the Trans-Caspian transport corridor, and in so doing, to use relevant United Nations instruments and standards. And this ministerial statement, distinguished participants of the seminar, it also refers to a regional pilot project for SPECA participating countries. Now, in this sense, you and the seminar, you have a mandate from the ministers, a mandate to go ahead with the work on the pilot project. And I invite all of you, speakers, participants in this capacity building seminar, to think about the larger design. Please bring up and recommend concrete steps to be included in the roadmap for digitalization of multimodal data and documents exchange along the Trans-Caspian corridor. And we look very much forward to having your ideas and inputs in this regard. Now, such a multimodal digital data pipeline for information exchange, it will have several layers: customs and other regulatory agencies, transport operators, traders, exporters and importers, and also financial institutions. They all must communicate across borders and communities, as they all participate in one whole supply chain with many integrated flows of information. And it's clear that digitalization of data and document exchange along the supply chain has many value dimensions. At the same time, however, we do see a lot of fragmented digitalization of elements in the supply chain. And such fragmentation creates real challenges. Most importantly, fragmentation will keep distance between participants in international trade operations and in cross-border supply chains. And it is from this perspective that I wish you all in this seminar full success and fruitful deliberations. And I very much look forward that you work on putting together the elements for a roadmap for digitalization of the multimodal trade corridor using UNECE standards, that you work together reviewing and continuing the pilot project for the digitalization of the CIM SMGS consignment node. That was already, that you work together discussing the integration of the port community systems in the Caspian region in the broader multimodal data exchange along the middle corridor, and again here using UN instruments and standards. And at this seminar, you also more broadly discuss with partners the future of digital data exchange for trade and multimodal transport in the region. So I think you have a very rich agenda ahead of you, and I think you will have very fruitful deliberations and exchanges. And here, once again, I'd like to call upon all of you to work on implementation so that the standardization of multimodal data and document exchange by using UNECE standards, that this can really become a sound reality. And with this, time to close, and I thank you once again for joining the seminar. I thank our hosts for the excellent organization. And also I thank the UNECE team, our regional advisor and his support, as well as the UNECE Secretariat team for their engagement and initiative. Many thanks, and back to you, Mario, back to the room.
Thank you very much, Ms. Turk, for your intervention and very good wishes. And now, without much further delay, I would go to a brief presentation of the objectives and the structure of our seminar. If it's possible, I have several slides just to illustrate what we are talking about. Can you switch on the slides? It was already mentioned several times that there were several decisions about the objectives of this seminar. Sorry. Okay. So this seminar is based on several political acts that were taken the last 6 months. First of all, there was the high-level conference here in Baku, hosted by the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport, at which there were certain recommendations how to go forward, and that is all published. Then there was the ministerial meeting on the 17th of April of the ministers of the SPECA countries in Geneva, who issued a joint statement on the 17th of April 2023, saying that asking UNECE to help develop a roadmap for the digitalization of multimodal data and document exchange along the Trans-Caspian corridor, including through pilot projects. And there was also the 13th Odessa seminar held online on the 22nd of December, which dealt primarily with the link between the European Union's electronic freight transport information regulation, and which will be the subject of 2 of the presentations this morning, as a best practice example, how one can develop multimodal exchange of information among countries. So there were also those recommendations, and on that basis we are focusing our seminar today. As the director from UNECE mentioned, there is this request to develop a roadmap for multimodal data and document exchange along the Trans-Caspian corridor. So we would like to ask you to think about contributions during your presentations, comments, how we can, what elements we should include in this roadmap. And also the idea of developing a pilot implementation testing projects is there. So this afternoon, we will focus the second session on one possibility for such a project. We are working on that session together with Trasica, the Transport Corridor Europe, the Caucasus, Central Asia. And we are very happy to have here the Secretary General of the Intergovernmental Secretariat of Trasica, Mr. Asset Asafbayev, who is going to make the keynote presentation in the second session. So the first session, we focus more or less this morning on the idea what has to be done, how to how to structure a roadmap, how to develop a digital multimodal corridor along the middle corridor that was mentioned several times, the second session on a pilot project. Then tomorrow morning we'll have the third session focused on the port community systems. And the idea is that there are already initiatives among the ports in the Caspian Sea, Baku, Turkmenbashi, Aktau, to exchange data. And we spoke with people from the port community system. Unfortunately, Mr. Eugene Shea will not be here for tomorrow, the chief executive officer, I imagine, from the port of Baku, but we will have other people. And the idea is to make a link between the different modes of transport in the different sections of the middle corridor and the Caspian Sea. And again, the idea is to use the UN standards, especially the UNECE multimodal transport reference data model, as the link, as the glue between all these segments in order to make the information exchange smoothly running through the various sections of segments of that corridor. Sorry. Okay, so in the fourth session, tomorrow afternoon, we'll try to discuss some ideas about partnerships, how the pilot projects can be developed, how the partnerships can help build all this what we are going to discuss. So please help in preparing the conclusions and recommendations. There are some people who already gave ideas. Please, if you have ideas, give them maybe even on paper or by email. The other idea is what we are working on with our colleagues in Krasika, who have been working on the development of a memorandum of understanding on starting a project, pilot project, testing the digitalization of the CIM SMGS railway consignment node. Think about elements of the roadmap and agreements with partners to build a digital corridor. Well, just some illustrations to start, because this seminar is a capacity building seminar. It will be recorded, and we will use the presentations of this seminar. We'll put them on one set of presentations, something like a simple e-learning tool, so that people can rerun those presentations if they are interested in working on these issues. So I'm starting now the technical side of our capacity building seminar. What standards and tools are we talking about? Well, during the COVID pandemic, we were asked by the management of the UN in New York to work on a seminar how the existing tools, standards, conventions, recommendations can be used to facilitate the exchange of information, to improve connectivity during the COVID pandemics, and together with the experts of the UNECE subsidiary body. UNECE is a subsidiary body of the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, for which I work. The chair of UNECE is here, Mrs. Sue Probert. She will make a presentation, but with a group of experts, we developed a set of standards, a package of standards for the key documents accompanying goods in the different modes of transport, like the consignment nodes, road, rail, inland water transport, also the airway bill, and the maritime bills of lading, and also some additional documents, including wagon list, also the dangerous goods declarations for air transport, which started the process of developing standards for dangerous goods declarations in the various modes of transport, and some other documents. So the point is not to substitute existing standards. For example, IATA, the Air Transport Association, has developed a standard many years ago. They put millions into that airway bill standard. And the idea of what we are working on is not to substitute those standards, but to complement them by creating a link. Like if everywhere data is mapped and aligned to the multimodal transport reference data model, which is built on the semantic standards developed for years, one creates the possibility for exchange of data between the different modes of transport, the different sectors of the economy. So on the previous slide, I was just mentioning, you will have my presentation. You can get access to the website of UNECE FACT and where the standards are published. On this slide, I'm just mentioning in the four squares of this slide, standards that were created before the pandemics, including a standard for the electronic road consignment note, ECMR. And those standards include, like, first of all, strictly speaking, a standard can be the business requirement specification, which explains more or less in the same way for all the modes of transport how an electronic document should be built and how it should create the possibility for interoperability. And then there are supporting tools, which the specialists call them artifacts, which are data set for each document, data structure, and different schemas like XSD, XML, JSON, and now more and more people talk about APIs. And the whole idea is to use the UN standards, which we are talking about, and multimodal transport reference data model to create interoperability. So the second box on the left are the first logistics standards for logistics documents that were created. The third one were the key documents accompanying goods in the various modes of transport. And the very last, something that we finished almost a year, well, a bit more than a year ago, the three standards for the three air documents: airway bill, dangerous goods declaration, consignment security declaration. And one of the first success stories was the FIATA multimodal bill of lading. FIATA, not surprisingly, freight forwarders were the first to grasp the importance of having this work done. So because they are the integrators of the whole information exchange in the supply chain, and they grasp the whole idea. I will go fast further. This is one of the products of our project. This is a matrix of the data elements in the different documents of the different modes of transport. You can see, well, you can look further into these things, but this is one of the core ideas, how the data in the different documents fits together so that they can be exchanged afterwards on the basis of the interoperability based on the common definitions and coding of the data in the documents. How can one think about developing a digital exchange in the in a multimodal route? Well, the idea, we'll have one of the presenters who will present the UNECE FACT vision of a digital corridor. The idea is that we are talking here about the information exchange along the supply chain. And it encompasses not only the transport documents, but trade documents like the invoice, certificate of origin, and also it creates a link to the regulatory domain. So to cite somebody with whom we work, the desk officer for the customs single window in the European Union, he works in the European Commission, DigiTaxud. He says if the data in the transport business document is harmonized and standardized, it makes our work much easier because standardized data can be much more easily accepted by the regulatory agencies. So the second point is kind of to use a common reference data model, derive everything that is done, like schemas for separate documents, derive them from the overall reference data model. And another idea about which we will be talking about, and it comes from the European Commission's work, is the idea of setting digital platforms, meaning platforms which help the digitalization of information exchange. That is part of the FT regulation in the European Union, but these are best practices that we can talk about. And so supporting that building, like there are certain elements that can be used in building the plans to digitalize. This slide here is an illustration. Some of you may have seen it because we use it a lot. This slide illustrates the idea that if you harmonize the data in the different modes of transport, they can be the data can seamlessly flow between the different modes. And again, it such regulatory IT systems as customs, but also single window systems. What we did 3 years was to look at standards, upgrading some of them, creating new ones in order to create this package of standards and supporting artifacts for the key documents of accompanying goods. We started pilot applications of these standards. This one, if it works, it will be a very good example for the railway consignment node. This all is related to the concept of data pipelines, which is probably one of the future items on which we will be working, like data being collected closest from the source where it is created, from business, from transport, and then it is exchanged every agency or business partner that needs it takes the important information from there. There are also legal issues that should be taken into account, and again, this is one of the elements that we can discuss, because like the technical side, creating a data set is one thing, but on the other hand, the idea is probably should start, as some of our experts are always saying, one should start from looking at the legal side, and probably then they can go hand in hand. And here I have listed some of the legal aspects of this digital transformation that we're talking about, creating a legal agreement about the use of the documents, legal equality of paper and electronic documents, and what we are moving to are data sets. Instead of documents, be they electronic or paper, we're talking now about exchange of data sets. How these data sets can be used further, because a document, be it a consignment note that we are talking about, it's a contract between the trader and the transporter, which can be brought to court if there is a problem. If now we are moving to exchange of data sets, how this can be solved. I'm just marking issues that are very important. Then the idea about creating a roadmap, we have a guideline many years ago how to create a roadmap for trade facilitation, and the idea is to use it, like first create a vision. What do we want to have in this region, along the middle corridor? Where do we want to finish? Just by like several separate digital documents like e-tier, CIM SMGS, or you want to have a general flow of information, a multimodal flow of information. So first, the political vision is something that is being set up. Then goals. What do you want to achieve in, let's say, 5 years? Where do you want to be? And that's why we are focusing on the to use the best practice in the European Union, for example, how they put together their objectives, and this FT regulation on electronic freight transport information. It has 5-year scope to be implemented. So this is the approach, like to set some objectives for some years and then formulate the activities. And this is the roadmap, formulate the activities that have to be done in order to achieve those goals. This is, as Mrs. Turk mentioned, this is an incremental project process of steps, step by step, and probably what we are going to discuss this afternoon with Traseka, the project for digitalization of the electronic CIM SMGS railway consignment node, it can be a step in that direction. I would like to finish on that. And then, now we have two presentations before our coffee break. These are two presentations of two of the experts who have been working on the CFAC standards for many decades on the implementation of FT. The first one is the chair of UNCFACT, Sue Probert, who will make a presentation on the overall concept of what this standardization of digital information means.
Okay, please could I have my presentation? Good morning, everybody, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the organizers of this continuation of the work that we all started together last October, as has been mentioned, and also to our hosts in this beautiful room here, surrounded by books, which gives us inspiration. Thank you all and welcome. So I'm waiting for my presentation, maybe. Let's see. It's coming, y'all. So thank you very much for that. Okay, so I will start my presentation then. So I am currently the chair of the UNCFACT organization, and I will introduce our organization in the first slides and then go on to describe the work in a little bit more detail that Mario already introduced and which will be taken further during the rest of this meeting. So next slide, I can see. Brilliant. Okay, it works. Okay, so I would like to introduce our organization. As Mario Apostolov already mentioned, we are a subsidiary body hosted by the UNECE, the Economic Commission for Europe, but we are in our own right a global center under the definition of the UN Central in New York. So we are global, and it's really important. So there are a few very important messages here. We are responsible for looking at trade facilitation and electronic business, which means that our key objectives are to simplify, to make more effective global business by developing efficient and automated exchanges of information, tools and instruments to support trade facilitation and electronic business. Our scope is wider than many other organizations involved in this area because we consider, first of all, we are global. Secondly, we consider the sales contracts internationally, and we link them with the international transport contracts, the international regulations and conventions that are needed to move physical goods from one country to another. And also we consider the regulatory aspects of cross-border management for export, import, and transit. So it's a wide scope, and within that scope, we work as a private-public partnership, which means that we have 1,500 registered experts, around 1,500 now. This slide says 1,000, but it grows all the time, especially during COVID when we had more people able to join online. And these experts come from various types of businesses, organizations that support communities in the private sector, and of course government representatives as well. and they come as experts in their own right. They do not represent any country, any organization, or any industry or individual company. They come as experts, and we meet via the internet all the time. We have about 39 projects currently, and the teams that work on our projects work electronically, of course, but we do have 2 face-to-face forums. And I'm very pleased to say that 2 weeks ago, we had our first face-to-face forum after COVID, the first time for 4 years. We all got together in Geneva with 350 participants during the week face-to-face, and another 400 plus joined us online. So it was wonderful to be with people again. Okay, so we do a lot of work with other organizations. It's incredibly important to collaborate and to cooperate in these, to cover the scope that we cover. At the top, you can see the other UN economic commissions and the agencies that we work with. And I can pick out 2 in particular, the IMO. We'll be talking about ports and maritime single windows. There's a lot of work that we do in working with the IMO organization, and also with I see it must be there. We work with IATA. ICAO, yes, I can just looking for ICAO on the air industry and so on. We work very closely, and with the UNECE Transport Division, which is hugely important to cover the terrestrial modes of transport and regulations and conventions that we support. We need to support when we're exchanging data. On the regional side, we have the EEC work that we collaborate with them, and on the EU, you'll be hearing a lot more about this, but we have links with a number of the Directorate Generals within the EU, and we move on to the international organizations, and you see a list here, a very wide range of international organizations who also contribute to this area and with whom we collaborate. Last but not least, we have the community groups, the international community groups, and the top one there, the International Port Community Systems Group, we'll be bringing into the discussion, and we'll have a presentation from them when we talk about the port maritime single window. FIATA has already been mentioned. Protect is the organization we work with for dangerous goods movements, and SMDG for container movement on terminals and with shipping lines, and DCSA is the shipping lines. Okay. There we are. So we have a number of deliverables. We have, at the highest level, we have nearly 50 trade facilitation recommendations for electronic business and trade facilitation. We have libraries, and we have international standard e-business standards which can be reused. And I'd just like to say that we started, and I've been in the organization for a long time, we started harmonizing paper documents. So this was the first attempt to harmonize semantics across the supply chain in the 70s and 80s and 1980s was paper documents, so that one piece of paper can be recognized in any part of the world, that the data on it, you knew what it meant, semantics, what things mean. We moved on from that to the UN Edifact in the 1990s, and that moved to electronic equivalents of the documents using the same semantics. And now, for the last 20 years, we have been working on moving our semantic definitions to a higher level so that they are independent of any data exchange methodology or syntax, but they are modeled at a higher level and can be reused in any environment. So we look at the whole supply chain, as I mentioned. It's a holistic view. It's multimodal, and it's cross-industry. And this slide expresses our holistic approach that we take in all the work that we do. So our global supply business standards are based on a library of classes called the UN Core Component Library, as you can see here. And I emphasize again, it is based on cross-industry and multimodal business requirements analysis and data analysis also, and modeling, data modeling. And I think that this gives you some of the statistics I already mentioned. But at the bottom there, it mentions again, aligned to the international regulations and conventions where applicable. So one of the things we had to do and consider from the very beginning was if you are going to achieve semantic interoperability, we have to think about defining the key concepts, the party and role definitions, semantic anchors as to define what is a shipment, what is a consignment, what is transport equipment, what is transport means. These definitions, in fact, they're all encased in a wonderful document which I have with me this week, which was a document produced by UNECE, by Mario, under Mario's command, which gives English, Chinese and Russian definitions of the concepts. And I can bring that tomorrow if that's helpful. Then we need to start moving forward to define those data sets and also to be able to include contextualized business rules for the different environments which may implement our generic models. So these are two of our anchors. They're really important. I won't go into them, but basically the shipment is trade data. It's between buyers and sellers, how they define their trade deliveries of the goods that have been sold and will have been bought and will be sold. The second one there, consignment, is a separately identifiable collection of consignment items available to be transported from one consignor to one consignee via one or more modes of transport and defined in a specific single transport service contract document. This is a hugely important definition for us. It's the foundation of all that we build for multimodal transport. This is why I go to the trouble to explain it today. But there is a business process analysis document that describes this. And I'm very pleased to say that in 2005, working with the WCO, the World Customs Organization, they adopted those concepts. Thank you. And so there's an alignment there of concepts, which is really important. And here we have just a slide to show that we have a definition of each piece of data. We have an official unique name, which is not very pretty, but it's unique. And on the left-hand side, we have business names, which enable people to be able to talk to each other at a business level. We also, and it's really important to note that our modern work, our latest work that we will be discussing today, aligns with the layout keys for the paper documents through the UN Trade Data Element Directory, which has been published since 1970 in various editions. And we also link to Edifact. This is really important that our up-to-date modeling allows us to link and support migration from earlier standards, and hopefully we'll be ready for future standards as well. So we have produced a family, we call it, of reference data models. The top one there covers the whole scope that I've been describing to you. But below that, we have subsets of the overall scope looking from a particular focus. So the left-hand one is from the supply chain focus between buyers and sellers. The second one is the one we're discussing at this second meeting, which is the multimodal transport model, looking at the whole of the international supply chain from the focus of transport contracts, regulations, and operations. And the third one is the cross-border management. So that's looking at the focus of which parts of the international supply chain data are needed to manage more effectively export, import, and transit procedures, and also other procedures linked to cross-border management. So I'm including here SPS and the certifications from the other agencies that are involved. And last but not least, on the right-hand side, we have the green digital strategy, where we're now looking before goods are sold and after goods are bought to see how sustainability extends across the wider range of goods, the life cycle of goods. This is just an example to show that we start from the top with the buy, ship, pay, And the way we model and we have the tools and available to be able to subset down to the focus views I've just described, and then onto the individual data sets within those views to support exchange of data in the different modes of transport in this case. I'd just like to briefly mention our very key focus from UNCFAT, which is single windows. Single windows have two sides to them, as every window does. The one side of a single window is, of course, the bottom side, the bottom of this slide here, which is the governmental side of a single window. This is the agencies that need to manage the information that they're offering in a single window environment to be one link for the trade on the public side at the top here. But on the top here, you have the business-to-business information exchange for international supply chains. And again, we link this to the families and the focuses, the foci of the different views on the international supply chain. But what we want to state here that's really important, that the language spoken on the government side of a single window, how they express their needs, the requirements, is different from the business-to-business language that is discussed between the people who are operating international supply chains. What we try and do in UNCFAT is to bridge that gap and use our semantic models to be able to relate to the key model for government single windows, which of course is the WCO reference data model. But there is also on the left-hand side at the bottom here, the fact that UNCFAT does hold the structures for important cross-border agencies reference for their certification, which is the SPS e-certificate structure, and also preferential certificates of origin, and indeed we can include CITES there as well, and many others. So it's a mixed picture, but UNCFAT works to support this whole environment as much as we can. And this is why I just want to highlight, we talk different languages from the different sides of a single window. We need a partnership approach using harmonized names and definitions, which will increase the quality and give mutually beneficial facilitation to the government agencies and indeed to the actors within the international supply chains. The pipeline, which provision of data from the source of data within trusted trader programs, is a very powerful future concept which Mario already introduced. And we have built in UNCFAT a structure whereby government agencies can actually build from individual inputs of information from the people who know the data at source, can build up a picture so that it's no longer just the data you have at the export border, the import border, but you have all the data that's been available for the last weeks or months, depending on the situation, from the trusted traders that can provide the true data. This is a very important future thing. And another aspect of this, which was actually introduced as an important concept by my colleague here, Mr. Dill, many years ago, and that is that the primary use of the data exchanges in the international supply chain is between international supply chain actors, between buyers, sellers, and consignors, consignees, terminal operators, etc. On the government side of a single window, it's the secondary use of those data exchanges that's important for cross-border management. And this is an important thing to remember when we think about what data should be and who should be managing this. The last point is unfortunately the reality of our age, and that is everything is moving. Standards move, everything moves. The WCO is introducing later this year or next month a new version of the WCO data model, which will need some adjustment from earlier versions. We do it ourselves. We try to maintain backwards compatibility, and we try to link to the paper standards and the EDIFACT standards, as I mentioned. But managing moving targets is critical for us working together. So this is an important project. I won't go into details, but this recognizes that in the trade sector, we know how to link the data together. We know this very well in the supply chain of trade movements. But in the transport world, we also know, but the link between the trade world and the transport world for track and trace is not well defined, and we've had a very good project to identify the links that can be achieved to make trace and track more efficient through trade and transport. This is the pipeline project. This is the picture of what was described earlier as the pipeline concepts. And this we've already had described by Mario. This is the UNTTC transport and trade connectivity that we worked on within UNCFACT, and that Mr. Michael Dill project managed for us within the UNCFACT environment. And I'd just like to end by mentioning a really important subject to my mind. We started working on data that could be moved from mode to mode when cargo moves from mode to mode. How to organize this to be more semantically aligned. What we realized was that there's a critical, absolutely critical area, and that is that dangerous goods information must move with the goods. There must be a harmonization of the regulations and support for cross-border movements of dangerous goods. And this is something that we'll be talking about more during this meeting. I think that there's some information about the deliverables and where you can find information, but that is my presentation. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sue, for this introduction to the work on standards in UNCFACT. And now we are moving to the other topic, which to set the scene, which is the presentation of the European Union's electronic freight transport information regulation. Usually we work with the desk officer in the European Commission who presents the work there, but now she is even traveling today to a meeting inside Europe. That regulation was adopted in August 2020. It has to be implemented in 5 years, and well, the end is 2.5 years from now. And as a result, all transport information inside the European Union has to be electronic and multimodal. So she nominated the key consultant who is working on the implementation of that regulation, especially on the creation of a data set for the FT regulation, Michael Dill, who will present to us right now. Michael, you have 20 minutes.
Also, I suggest that I skip my whole presentation if there are only 20 minutes, sir. I don't travel on my own cost to deliver a speech of 20 minutes on behalf of my boss. You have to come to decisions how to organize a meeting. Let me go back to the thing. Can you go with the slides? No, not me, it's the slide. The presentation. Can you move the presentation, please? Thank you. This is visible. So, thank you very much for having the possibility to be here in Baku. I think it's the third time, and I appreciate the city. The first time was the World Customs Conference. The second was the next one for the processing meeting for this. So let me. This slide is about the legislation. We have to start always with the legislation in the European Union. Yeah, what are you entitled? And if you're not entitled, then the industry comes and complains. So this is the way it works. It's about race, it's about combined transport, it's about dangerous goods, it's about railway interoperability, and also about the fight against price cartels and so on. This is all about the regulations that a transport, a carrier must fulfill if he wants to go with goods from A to B. And he has to report to the government, he has to prove documents, or he has to send data sets. This is the whole FD regulation. And the purpose is to be faster and to digitalize the data and to allow the traders to decrease their efforts to deliver data to the authorities. 27 member states and at least 5 authorities by country means around about 120 authorities. If every authority comes with their own data requirements and their own forms, then the stack of paper is increasing. Understood? Easy. So as a result, the Commission said, no, we don't want this. We want the authorities to accept electronic data in one format, in one and only one format. In this case, the authorities must accept what the traders are submitting to them. All the authorities. This is the purpose of FT. That means traders have to submit, and if they have to submit, then in the future they will be able to submit the data only once, for whichever authority, whichever purpose. And this applies all the participants, and it goes across all the modes. So this is what I've already said. This is about the benefits. You can read this later. This is an important thing. FT does not stand alone. We have a trinity of EU regulations. First, FT for domestic transport within the European Union. Second, customs with the European customs data model, for including pre-arrival and pre-arrival, as import control systems. Go handing over the data to FT. Third, we have the maritime world, the so-called European Maritime Single Window environment. This is called EMSW, a very short abbreviation. So this is a trinity, and now you see the role of, and now you see also the role of railways. Please have a look on the screen. Suddenly we have railways in. Why? There is not the legal requirements are not yet fully done. We have to wait until they are approved. FT is not allowed to ask for data without a legislation. It's a very bureaucratic thing, but otherwise you cannot organize all these member states. So the principles I already said. For the traders, for the moment, it will be completely voluntary whether they submit electronic data or not. But if they submit, then they must submit in the format and with the semantic meanings as of the FT. Yeah, you can stay with paper, but if you don't stay with paper, you must use FT. And for the authorities, you must accept every approved FT dataset. We are forcing the authorities, and we block that they reinvent the wheel. Yeah, authorities often behave like consultants. They prefer to reinvent the wheel instead of studying existing standards. It's normal. They are all human beings. So, I call this a trinity. It is important for all of us. We see the European freight transport information system, we see the maritime single window, and we see customs in case we can see them behind the bottle. They're a little bit hidden because of your water, Mario. So the two great things are non-UN agreements. This is all about UN. The maritime single window uses the MMT, the multimodal transport reference model from UNECE. This is UN product. The FT uses the multimodal transport reference model from CFACT, as I said, is UN product, and the European customs data model uses the World Customs data model as a reference. So as a result, we have a trinity of three important cornerstones of EU implementation of your global standards, two based on CFACT, one based on WCO, and we have to simply to say the World Customs data model is a lingua franca of customs, no doubt with this. And since we developed the G7 customs data set in 1999, it was my pleasure to do it. It grew into this data set, became the WCO data model, and is now the global standard of customs, language of customs. Whilst in the transport area, we see more that the partnership between the private and the business, in the sense of the UN CFACT standards, plays a more important role. Little fights not excluded. Just a few comments about this. The IMO, Caspian Sea is IMO, has their data model around about 516 elements. The maritime single window has 1,150. I could speak 1 hour about this, but maybe for later. We have FT with 300 elements so far, and the customs model has around about 600. This, it's interesting that customs is quite restricted, whilst the others are quite extended. I think for the SPECA countries, this would rather happen with the maritime single window, where we have many information which are requested only by one country. In this case, EU member country. So this is maybe a good survey for you of this trinity. The IMO is putting a threat over your head, saying you must have a national single window for the maritime bird next year. Yeah, okay, maybe 3 years later it will happen everywhere. The process is ongoing, and I hope that the European Union will be fast enough. I strongly recommend to go to the website of the European Customs Data Model. Here you see a transit declaration with the famous TIR carnet number. This is a website that is easy to understand, and you can read what the processes of customs are. And the important thing is, road and rail have the same structure from the customs side. It's worth to note. So then here you see something that is taken from an official slide. Also, by the way, whenever there's a logo of the European Union, these are slides taken from other presentations. Whenever there's GIFIC, then this is what I privately added in order to be always on the safe ground. We have to respect policy decisions. So here you see the maritime single window, in this case with a few elements about dangerous goods. And what has been done so far is to go and to provide references to the IMO and also to the customs world. You see this, there's a column, IMO compendium, and then there's a number. And you see there is UCC, Union Customs Code, yeah, Unified or Union? Union, huh? Yeah, Annex B, and then you see a number. That means we are creating references. Yeah, it took us 8 years from 2016 till today to develop the European Customs Data Model, and it took us now 3 years to go ahead with the maritime single window. And FT is 1 year. So that means the purpose is to bring everything together and to refer to the same semantic unix across all the EU, these 3 EU cornerstones. What you see in front is a preview. These are the elements, and every A1, A2, and so on, these are EU regulations. And everything with the B at the end, B1, B2, this is IMO. IMO is mandating a number of customs procedures. So these X's say which element is required by which regulation. If there was time, we could present some more, but this will be up to the organizer or up to Professor Pasov to organize a second meeting about this, maybe as a web conference. So references from IMO, from maritime single window to IMO, I already mentioned. And this is about the specification for exchange. At the end, it is about the interoperability of the systems. It's not about the interoperability between standards. Don't care about standards. Their only purpose is to link different applications. There is no other purpose of a standard. We send data and give this data a name, call this metadata, and we assume that an application can process the data correctly. This is the only purpose of standard. It's not how it is in French. La polar. It's not an art by its own. It is an instrument to achieve a goal, and the goal is to achieve the interoperability between applications. And this leads to an important issue. Let's skip this a bit. Okay, this is all based on the reference model. This is fine, but this important thing is how to organize a seamless data flow across the modes and across the applications? We answer, we need the same business concepts. If a business concept, if they are different, then we cannot talk to each other. If you call the thing here car, automobile, then I cannot understand what you mean. If you call this a bottle of water and I call it a bottle of water, then we understand each other. So the common data set of FT is what will be published, and it constitutes by its subsets by legislation. This is the current status, and you see it has a consignment structure. And guess what? The European customs data model also has, in many cases, a consignment structure. And we do everything in order to make sure that everybody has to do the same thing. Because if we use another data structure, starting, let's say, with an equipment such as a wagon, then the systems cannot interoperate. It is important. And so we have parties, locations, we have references, goods, item, used equipment, carried equipment, and transport information. This is an overall the structure of FT, and it is very much linked in detail to the structure of the maritime single window and the European customs data model. There is a semantic bridge between all of them. And I wish and my wish is that similar possibilities exist in other regions of the world as well. What you see here is, I call this an innovation. FT has a structure. FT does not come as a stupid 19th century flat list of data. A flat list of data, to give them a name, a number, a description, sounds great, but it does not solve any problem of interoperability beyond the simple object. Example, who of you is linked with a customs declaration? Who has some clue about this? One person, oh, risky. Also, if you put into a customs declaration, a country of origin on header, then this is the equivalent of 1950. If you put a country of origin on goods item level, then you can then this is state of the art of the year 2000. This is a difference. It's completely different process behind a country of origin on document level compared with country of origin on item level. It's completely different process. You have to manage differently. Therefore, the structure of data is important for any processing. And that's why FT came and said, no, we start from the beginning to have a structured data set. That means consignment structure, first parties and places, references, goods, item, used equipment, carried equipment, transport. The importance will come up later for you. So, to illustrate what is meant with used and carried, you see on the first line we have the so-called used. You see easy, everything that has a wheel, even a steel one, or can swim, is used equipment. And carried equipment is everything what is on top of something else. As you see a container, a passive means of transport, boxes, and so on. This is conceptually important. I checked a little bit with the Orpheus railway stuff. Similar, they have a wagon, and everything on a wagon is a carried equipment. Concepts are similar, but not identical. So this is an example how FT works, but I skip it because I don't have the time. What is important that the business concepts have to be normalized. I have to ride this horse. If this is not done, your projects will not interoperate between the different modes of transport. So simple. The FT is forced to normalize business concepts, road, rail, inland navigation, and we also have on the left shoulder, we have the air. This is because of the air consignment security declaration. This is a document that sits on a truck. when the truck goes from somewhere to an airport. And the document tells the air industry, based on the International Convention of ICAO and IATA, this unit load device is checked. You don't have to check it at the airport again. You don't have to pay for it again to check. It's like the luggage that you send through, checked through luggage as an air passenger. So, and on the other shoulder, we have the maritime thing, because most of the containers on the streets, they come from international transport, from the ports. And most inland navigation is, at the end, has a maritime port. They are linked very much. That's why we have to look in FT to bring the same business concepts and to harmonize them. So, and this, again, this was an explanation, and now, oops. Ah, yeah, I was too fast. Here you see, for instance, you would ask, is this a trailer? And suddenly somebody from CFAC pops up and says, yeah, it's a trailer, but the general group is equipment. And then I go to dangerous goods and ask them, is this a container? And they say, no, it's a containment. As of our legislation, you can read it's a containment. Then I go to the rail, colleagues from rail, and say, oh, is this a barge? No, it's a loading unit. They have a different business concept. For them, a loading unit is everything where you put something put on or in, whether it's a truck, a trailer, doesn't matter. The concepts are different. And the problem is they are in the legislation, written down in stone. And you have to implement the legislation. It's not so easy. So that's why here, just an example. Also, we have, so by the way, originally this is a slide of the European Commission, but everything in brown is what I added in order to distinguish both from the copyright and from the rights. This is in brown. Here is a good example. Consignment means any package or packages or load of dangerous goods presented by a consignor. This is taken from dangerous goods regulation, from the legal text, where Azerbaijan, I think, agreed with. It's a European standard, these regulations. I think 57 countries adopted it, more than we have states in Europe. So, and we have to, they have to follow this, but I cannot follow this in FT, or if I want to bring several stuff together. It does not work. And therefore, whilst the definition of consignor, even from, also from dangerous goods, is not so bad. Yeah? So, this was, yeah, this is just to show for those who want to go a little bit into rail mode to see how the customs view on rail is. It is similar. The structure is even identical with road. This is for the experts. Yeah, this is a summary. We need to normalize business concepts, and we cannot change them. They exist. We have to transcript one business concept into the other. Yeah, the same as in accounting also. If you're accounting in Azerbaijan, it's most likely under different rule from accounting in Morocco. And if you want to make it comparable, you have to say, oh, this business account, the content goes to this, and blah, blah. Such mapping exercises. That's it. So, Mario? Huh? Huh? Ah, yeah.
Excellent, and I think that was very well concentrated. So now let us open the floor for some questions. If you want to ask questions.
No questions before.
Dio has been working on, well, the standards, EDIFACT standard for many years, then the WCO data model, on now on the FT regulation, and well, in the meanwhile, he was working a lot on the single window, standards used for the single window. So he has a wealth of knowledge. If there are any questions to the speakers by now, please ask them. Yes, so then we can have coffee, but thank you very much. It was very focused and precise presentation. Thank you. So we have the next presenter online.
Yes.
Mrs. Ulrika Hurt. I again invite you to be more active in asking questions, discussing things. Well, the electronic freight transport information regulation that was presented just before the break. As I mentioned, it was adopted in August 2020, and it is scheduled to be implemented in 5 years, meaning 2.5 more years. And on the implementation, there is a digital trade and logistics forum working on it called DTLF, which combines public and private participants. And a member of that DTLF, that digital forum, is a lady from Estonia, Ulrika Hurt, who agreed to speak. Like we invited her to come here, but she couldn't, unfortunately. So she will be online, and we will listen to her about the implementation. In her presentation, she will talk about the work on the implementation of the FTA agreement. And once again, I remind you that we are talking about this regulation of the European Union as a best practice of how this multimodal exchange of information, incremental construction of a digital corridor can be built, like incremental pilot project in railway, in road transport. So the next speaker is Ulrika Hurt. Thank you, Ulrika.
Yes. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I hope my sound is fine, my video seems to work, and my slides are there. Dear colleagues, thank you for inviting me. I am indeed today in a hybrid format, but I really hope to have the opportunities of meeting dear colleagues in person as well in sooner or later future. So it is a joint journey that we are in, and it's highly valuable if we can meet up. Here I am to provide an insight to what we are doing in the European Commission, alongside with Michael Dill, alongside with Superbird, alongside with Rudi Hemmelers, that you might know, alongside with many other colleagues, both in the DTLF as well as in the consultation consortiums, to support the European Commission in developing not just the regulation, which already is out, but mainly the implementing and delegated acts, which are still in the making. And as well, not just to inform and say, yes, this is what is going on, and nice to know, but like Mario has several times underlined, and many of our colleagues, that this is the benchmark. This is a good organization of how cross-border trade could be figured out and aligned. And what we are trying to achieve with the FTA regulation, with the requirements, the architecture, is already mappable and integratable. And what we see in the middle corridor, in the non-EU and the neighborhood countries happening, is that we need to be aware of all these developments as they are happening. Then we can immediately grow the best architectures also for the middle corridor and for the non-EU countries, either for themselves or the overlapping rail, maritime, road transport conventions and evolutions and digitalization in all these streams. So let's look at each other, and my insight will provide a little bit of how this FTA architecture and FTA platforms rules are coming to be. and I'll try to underline the fact that how these platforms will look like is going to be still a joint work. So an impact and best practices can already not just be learned from it, but can already be built into it so that the future developments would be compatible. Who am I? I have worked with the digitalization for a long time, both in the European studies in general, as well as for the IT systems, large-scale IT systems advice, as well as now the digital transport and logistics. Have been long the member of Digital Transport Logistics Forum and European Commission expert now, and have long worked with the Baltic and the Baltic Nordic developments and the prototypes that most of you have heard about, the Digino Proto, both behind the evolution of the architecture, setup of the IT systems, as well as testing. So my experience here is of course channeled by a lot of partnerships. So it is a huge community of different experts and companies that we work with to get the solutions figured out as well as tested. FD regulation, Michael provided quite a good insight, and I'll leave all those slides here as well from my side, and underline that that the FD regulation is going to be there for the member states, the European Union member states, to apply as mandatory to accept digital documents and digital records over the preset regulatory statements. But it is not at first going to be mandatory for all the businesses. So the uptake by economic operators is dependent on how well all of these FD platforms will be programmed, how well the rules will be set down, and how well all these EU member states are going to pick up their duty to accept digital documents, how quickly that trust can be created. Either way, the FD regulation is building a backbone on organization of all these standards, provisions, and rules for how a proper platform, an FD platform or a digital logistics data platform should look like in order to be trusted by the competent authority as a data source. So as it has been underlined several times, the FD regulation will bring an environment where it is not necessary to upload the transport documents to competent authority or government registries or repositories or databases anymore, but it will be possible to use the FD platforms as source of data and have these sources of data trusted. And in cases the data needs to be fetched and stored then at a government repository, then it can be pulled and then used. And it currently entails a number of cargo-related regulations. So it is a beginning. If anyone is interested in looking deeper what they all entailed, and then also the links and references are available, as well as then the progress and the expected developments will definitely entail more, but we'd start with a graspable amount of most necessary regulations and directives that the FD is covering. The timeline, just to remind that we are in the midst of setting up the implementing and delegated acts, and it is a time of influence, it is a time of evolution. It is also a time of innovation, because quite many of these applications, they do not exist. So we have taken is a lot of expertise and a lot of knowledge from all different parts of Europe, from all different stakeholders to try to figure out that this FD is not going to be difficult to apply, but it will also be favorable for all the stakeholders. It is expected that by the end of 2025, we would have all of it in application. We will see if that will keep its dates, but either way, we work on getting 2025, 2026 as the first years of application. Now, FT architecture, we have called it like this, and it is the backbone of how we foresee the future, not just for EFTI, but the future for all cross-border interoperability and all interoperability also for the non-EU or the middle corridor and ECMR and SMJS and E solutions for also other matters, that we move towards and understanding that data is shared at source. The architecture principles that you see in front of you are the ones developed by the European Commission Committee group, the DTLF, the expert group next to European Commission to support these discussions and to lay down an understanding that is waterproof, we'd say. And it is a decentralized approach as we do build more and more structures where business platforms are to be trusted, and this is going to be the future, that we have more and more platforms that are held by the private sector, and by setting a good due set of cybersecurity and regular security and immutability and data keeping rules, we will have the opportunity of the systems to keep the data and release the burden from the government to keep the databases, as well as allow the businesses to use these platforms for their daily professional business to business trusted data exchange as well. So what we're doing here is helping to set up an architecture where more and more partners can trust each other and also hold their own records more securely. And the architecture, this is the European Commission view document, but this is still a work document picture. So quite like Michael, you can see from the slide backgrounds, a combination of where they originate from. The architecture holds FT platforms. So these are the platforms then in the future we will be having the data held. The FT gates that will be the gateways of asking and making queries towards the FT gates, towards the FT platforms. But these gates will be held and managed mainly by the public sector. So these are the tools that allow information queries to be made, and these queries also to be made in a trusted way. So that also FT platforms would know how and whom to trust. And authority access points will be the organization of how a single competent authority or how a single member state or a country can organize their queries and their moderation, their use of data that they have queried. We have set up an understanding that all these documents and data sets do not fly loosely. So still there will be metadata registries set up, meaning that all the data and the data sets and documents completed still get registered at the beginning of the journey, get stamped while the journey is ongoing, the shipment, and get a stamp in the metadata registry when the ride or journey is completed. So this will be the interaction that definitely will be there and will be coordinated and supported by most probably, but this is the most probably only by public sector authorities, but the data itself doesn't need to be uploaded to public sector repositories. And also we have organized how all the identification, authorization, and authentication mechanisms should work. meaning as well when there are logins or tracks needed or signatures needed, then we'd have an understandable framework how these could be compared. And we have for that a layered approach that resembles or explains that, meaning that each and every government authority will have access to an access node or an FT gate, which to its organization has connections to the authority databases and information systems, to FT platforms in their own country, and then to access points or FT gates in another member state, which is then in itself then connected to FT platforms that are residing in that member state, meaning that that there is a buffer, that the international connections and government queries most probably will be taking place via these FT gates or query nodes. And in large scale, it would be looking like a little bit organization behind this all, that the member states will keep quite a good deal of coordination for the FT platforms and economic operator systems in their own country, as well as the coordination of how their competent authorities get access to the queries, and then the international network of query nodes or FT gates will speak to each other for moderating the cross-border queries, stamping and then validating and authorizing these. And graphically and in rule-wise, we are currently in the middle of organizing how these FT gates speak to each other. And these rules are quite in the end of making. And we will be having these layouted in the upcoming months, which also is a good benchmark on how to see and how to organize the cross-border and non-EU and middle corridor possible layoutings. Following that, we will be having great deal of rules for FT platforms and for service providers, which is highly valuable for a wider view, also in this community that we are here, as these FT platforms are going to be most probably built within or in deep connection with a daily platforms that the businesses are using for their operations, for business to business, as well as for business to government reporting, for example, for customs, for maritime single window, for other systems. So FT platforms are going to be an ergonomic business tool, and therefore the rules also need to take into account how all these other domains work, so that for a business, for economic operator, and for the platform keeper, it would be all logical. For the rules, there are a high number of documents and high number of instructions coming up. I'd say that the sooner we'd all learn about what they consist, the better it is, because then the alignment is better to be set up. There are groups of rules which are universal or helpful for thinking of all the components and seeing what are the requirements in deeper detail. And to say what we now need to do is, as these guidelines for gates and platforms are coming up in a good detail, and we know that they are going to be aiming at that each of the platform and each of the FT gates and each of the authority access point will be set up in a trusted way, then we are hoping and we're setting up and environment, where then the FT platforms will be the strongest partners in this domain and will have more and more business-led IT systems that collect and keep the information, and will start avoiding the necessity of uploading or synchronizing the data or the reports only to government databases. So we build more trust and allow more of trustworthy platforms to be built, and keeping that evolution in the business, also to motivate them to become more digital for themselves and have more trust building for each other as well. The gates, formerly and legally still their access points, despite for FT purposes, we only use FT gates as a term. The FT gates are there to arrange a data request. Quite logical for the EU internal queries where registries are trusted. Quite new for quite a few of domains where this has not been the history, but we still do hope that that by setting up a good set of rules for the FT platforms, we'll be able to convince that more and more of such platforms could be used in other domains as well, not just FT. And there are going to be quite deep and quite good functional technical requirements that for us, we foresee at least that they are compatible with international rules. That goes for cybersecurity, that goes for functioning, that goes for file types. And most importantly here, not underlining enough perhaps, also the data models and hereby the UNECE FACT MMT standard that has been applied for eFTI. We see that this should be expanded and kept alive. And if anything is missing, then also the data standards should be adjusted, not said that this is not doable. And as well, the rules will be and have to be based upon the business centricity, meaning that all digitalization also has to keep up, and we're keeping that, that it is logical and has to be logical within the business processes to do the reporting, to do the representation of data, and to do the understanding of what then happened, the processing of the responses. And as well, the platforms and the rules for the platforms will organize how these platforms communicate or make data exchange valid between themselves and economic operators. Up to a certain extent, there will be quite a lot of flexibility as well. But some of the key aspects of that data exchange will also be organized, if not mandatorily set up, then at least guidelines provided. And next steps for us all together, that at least I'd see and with foresee as essential, is that we do a coordinated observation, alignment, as well as possibly pilots, to playground, to see how FT can be integrated, will be integrated, and how FT-like applications could be built also outside the EU, as quite like with other policy domains and with other neighborhood policy affairs, there is no limit to set up IT systems, platforms, or gateways with the same rules or approaches anywhere aside EU. It's just the next steps would be how these connections, if could be organized, but this is nothing that I can promise at this very moment, how that could be done or when. But if the systems will be built up based upon the same rules, the future of interoperability is from scratch, more available than unaligned developments. And why I'm saying not just observation, perhaps I'm saying alignment, is that if we meet and sit together and see each other's requirements, also maybe obstacles, maybe limitations, we'll be able to see where also the possible gaps or enablers might lie to foster this future uptake. And last but not least, to underline the standards and the semantic standards and interoperability is going to be available for us if we keep one or at least translatable few standards for the whole trade, cargo, and then trade related affairs, not just in the EU, but in the whole global region. Yes, translations are possible, conversions are possible, but the lesser the amount, the easier the interoperability. Thank you. For a reminder, the timeline once again, we are in the middle of it, and it is the best to start observing immediately. Then by 2025, we might even have learned how to go together quicker after the application. Yes,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ulrika, for this very clear and logical presentation. I hope everybody enjoyed it the way I did, because this is the idea which we were discussing both with Ulrika and some of you, that the concept of the building the organizational side of implementing this digitalization is something which is being discussed among countries and may be used as a best practice recommendation. Like I see one of the participants here is looking at me, and we were discussing with him the possibility to work forward on the methodology of how to implement multimodal exchange. So this idea of organizing platforms, probably they can be different in the different regions. In this region, probably the government has to be a bit more represented in the platforms. So this is interesting. Also, there are other participants here who have been involved, for example, with port community systems. Tomorrow we will be discussing that. So port community systems can also participate in this work of platforms providing for the digitalization. Yes. So, so thanks, Ulrika. We will have hopefully some time for questions. If there are some immediate questions for Ulrika or the previous presenters. If not, I would thank you, Ulrika. Please keep on a bit, stay with us a bit more.
I am.
The next speaker will be Mr. Kazim Samadov, with whom we have worked. He's from Customs Service of Azerbaijan. We have been working with him and the UNECE fact experts on the ideas of data modeling. Why are data models necessary? Then we worked on the idea of how to use the data in the transport documents for the regulatory systems, namely customs. So, Mr. Samadov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Спасибо.
Thank you, Maria. I'm probably the first one who will be speaking in Russian. First of all, I'd like to greet all the participants of the seminar, wishing you productive. My name is Kazim Samedov. I'm the head of the digitalization department of the Azerbaijani Customs Committee. First of all, let me mention about the project that we did last year as part of the EEC-ON project on digitalization of customs services. The purpose was to study the digitalization of transport documents on the UNECE fact standards. in customs area. The project will divide into three phases. In the first phase, we analyze the border service and the customs services, what some of the documents are required, and then we'll collect the collection of documents, and among from which okay, it happens. Let's wait. As a result of which custom data set was created. This is the requirement of these documents. A data set was created, and it was a requirement of the customs authorities. On the second phase, we did the mapping of the data. Standard multimodal RDM UNECE fact, but we represent the customs, therefore we required to have the structure of the data of the WTO. As an example, we did the actual mapping under the standard of the EU UNCDM. As a result, we received the table. As you can see it, we created this table. On the third phase, we had to analyze the possibility of technical realization of this project, of any normative legal barriers, and the possibility of organizing this process. I'm not going to stop on the recommendations, because there was recommendations were issued at the end of the project. So technical recommendations were there were some legal recommendations. Also recommendations on the organization of process of digitalization. But I have to say that practically realization faced some of the difficulties. I'd like to talk about some of these difficulties. For the realization of any project, first of all, you have to look at the purposes and objectives. I'm not talking about some global purposes, global benefits, or social economic benefits, benefits for business, benefits for the government. I'd like to focus on practical purposes, practical objectives. But we can actually divide these objectives, local objectives for the country and the global objectives. Local objectives ensure electronic documentation, the border crossings, they will facilitate the border crossings, and then ensure decrease the time waiting and the time in the borders. Also have a single approach in the multimodal transports. And it will help to create flexible system on the agency level. So that means on the border, among the regulatory agencies, it's not just customs, we have border service. We have the agency on food safety agency. So in order to organize in a parallel, it can help us to create conditions for single act. But local objectives cannot be seen outside of the global and regional objectives. Today, main objective is to have a transport corridor that will connect East and West Caucasus and Central Asia through Caspian Sea. For the realization of this project, of this idea, we have many international organizations are putting a lot of efforts. Some of the initiatives are here mentioned. First initiative is this event that we are having today. The next one, Turkic state agreements. There are two agreements, facilitated customs crossing, also combined consignment transportation, as well as there's been a protocol on the development of facilitated transport, which will create a system or a portal on exchange of data initiative of the WTO on creation of a fund of cooperation of customs in Azerbaijan. As we all understand, projects require more financing, and this initiative will help the development of some projects. Trasika has very interesting, a lot of interesting projects and initiatives. Initiative on creation of a corridor Europe, Caucasus, Asia. Also another project in global transit document application. Initiative of UNECE. But this is focusing on more development of the railroad consignment and so on. But so many initiatives, it creates a lot of questions. How to coordinate these actions in this context among these all projects? How to create something universal, unique, so on all directions we can work smoothly. First of all, we have to understand the global objectives. We have to creation of a single information platform, as well as the raising effectiveness of customs control, ensuring interstate data exchange, creation also on effective in multimodal transportation, effective planning. This is very important question actually for business. And I have to tell you, planning of consignments and also reduction of time on transit corridor. But in order to reach these objectives, we have to solve a number of questions. First thing that we need to solve the architectural solution of a project. Again, I'd like to emphasize that these solutions shall not be adopted separately, but they have to be adopted collectively, because we're talking about the coordination here. First of all, this is the architecture selection. We have two versions, centralized system, which has its own benefits, advantages. So in this case, data exchange, verification, and in the multimodal context as well as so in this case, countries will need to realize the services of interoperability, but there are some shortcomings as well. And shortcomings are, of course, questions of stability of this system, because this system will be centralized And if it's not stable, then all the countries will face some problems and difficulties on the realization of service provision. Also questions of security and confidentiality of data. No one, of course, wants that their data of that country will be actually lying on some server of another country. Of course, system of every country realizes its own system. Exchange of data happens country level, and their benefits, their security, confidentiality, stability. So in this case, if the server is in Azerbaijan is turned off, then all the other countries will continue to communicate among each other. Also, it will help us have individual approach in internal and outside in external issues. Electronic e-signature, this is very important. And I would say it's even more important because data is just a data until the moment it's signed with electronic signature. Right after the signing with the electronic signature, this data becomes electronic document. It has a legal force. As part of the corridor, we cannot talk about the electronic data because controlling authorities shall have good juridical background. If from some container there's some smuggling, so a customs officer shall have some legal base in order to be able to work with that documents. So e-signature is actually it's e-key, which identifies and also identifies the owner. But there's one problem. It is a document which is signed in Azerbaijan will not be adopted, will not be accepted by other countries, because each country has realized e-signature in accordance with their own standards. And therefore, for the solution of this problem, we have two alternatives. First solution here, I think this is the single system of electronic signature that has been accepted by all. In each country, of course, you have your own standards, but in addition to that standard, you need to accept one single standard for all the countries. And the second version is mutual recognition of e-signatures. So this is a very lengthy process. It will require the serious work. Here we have on the desk, we have a number of proposals, most of them offering to work on the basis of transport documents. So there's also some proposal that offers to work on the customs data. That means exchange of data among the states. Also, there's a proposal to create a single transit document. In this case, will be harmonization will actually have to be actually based on that. So you need to define the methods of realization of system. There are lots of ready solutions. Some of them work, some of them function in pilot, some of them are being designed. Functioning systems, they are either complicated or just cover one means of transport. And some of the projects that cover multimodal transportations, they are either being designed or they are under pilot checkup among 2 or 3 countries. And all of these projects, of course, deserve some attention, but also some serious analysis. Second solution is to develop your own solution. Of course, this is a good solution as well. It offers a platform, equal. There's some benefits of this approach. It's a flexible system. In this case, a system can be optimized on maximum level in accordance with their own needs. But we have to say there's some shortcomings as well, because the system needs to be developed. Temporary development, it will need temporary development. Of course, there's some combined solutions where you can combine your own internal solutions with the ready-made proposals. As we all understand, there are lots of actually areas that all the means of transports are covered here, and a number of agencies needs to be taken into consideration. A work on the government level, and you need to require to identify state structure that can work on all the areas, and many questions require amendment to legislation. So that agency needs to be able to offer amendments to legislation. In Azerbaijan, a coordination council was created, which will take responsibility on this question. In the summarizing, I'd like to say that digitalization cannot be seen outside of the context of regional issues. Adoption of there has to be centralized approach. In order to have a final decision, you need to define the following questions: architecture of the system, juridical issues, collection of data, realization of method of realization of, as well as the legislation issues needs to be solved. So in the summary, as an IT expert, I can tell you that an IT experts need some concrete and too many solutions. It's impossible to regulate, impossible to work. So therefore, you need to a concrete approach. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Azim. It's very happy to work with you all always, and happy to hear your insights. Because in what we're doing, first of all, we have your presentation. We will use it in the development of roadmap. I can see a question. You'd like to ask a question? Yes. I have a comment. I don't have a question. I have a comment. As a Turkish railway station, I'd like to say we have from one collection of data from one single point and electronically carrying this data to the final destination. In Mersin, the production of data in Berlin, we can actually, well, I'll explain it, but I'd like to comment on the presentation. Recognition of electronic signature. I understand there's a difficulty. We have a solution for that. In Mersin, electronic signature that we assigned in Mersin, it goes to Berlin. It's system. So we can share our experience at present. But I'd like to underline that our main target here is to have as a railway agency, we can sell it. Of course, we want this speedy carriage, but also borders. On the borders, there's delays. And here, customs organizations, our railway officers, of course, they're working on the global and internal rules. And of course, it helps the global operation. So outside of the customs organization, we cannot have any solution. From the EU expert, as I said, there, of course, there's no need to do it from a single point. In the EU, they have NCTS, they have the we have the number 5, and the number 5 is actually based on the NCTS. So now our target should be that no, it's not about actually the customs digitalization. It's about is to have actually the transit railway facilitation in SMGs. Then from there on, we will have actually some actions. So railway, GSM, GFCM, GS. So Turkish customs is doing the same. So the document produced actually that is produced in Turkey takes us to Europe cars and one, because we are trying to integrate fully to European system. So I want to say, so electronic signature is not a problem, because so we need to not ignore this. Number one, we need to act in accordance with the World Customs Organization. So from that point on, customs organizations in their own countries, they need to have some actions. So whenever I present them electronic signature actually will be then transported to the other country. That means our customers will receive from one point, and in Berlin automatically can be used. So in this case, Turkish Railway Department, be it SMGS or integration of customs or data exchange, we're working in both areas. So we are trying to simplify and facilitate in Turkey now a document that is produced. We're not doing anything extra on customs. So this transit document that is produced in the country of destination, if it's shall be connected to Anthropo regime, yes, it is connected to Anthropo regime. So this should be our main target. Our target, yeah. We shall not produce any extra customs document, or there's some solutions in electronic signature. After lunch, we will be sharing our experience as a Turkish Railway Department. We are fully integrated with Europe. Our presenter, as I said in the beginning, it was very technical. This is huge system which is already functioning. We need to promote this. If there's some alternative system needs to be created, it will create some chaos. But then Europe-China connection. So the functioning system, we need to promote it step by step. We need to build on this. So this is just my comment. This is what I wanted to say. as Turkey, as naturally, of course, so we, since 2019, we are the party to the NCTS, and since 2017, we're fully using it, and since 2017, we have been the facilitation process that we have been party to. So what's produced in Mersin, then it's finalized in Poland. So there is no need to for formulation. This shall be our target. This is what I wanted to say. After lunch, I will have a short presentation. I will share our experience. Thank you very much. Спасибо большое. Это мы после обеда еще один вопрос к Казиме Самедову онлайн. From из Эскова. Если Федор Камилитин, Эсков. Давайте ваш вопрос. Спасибо большое.
Mr. Samadov, it was very interesting presentation indeed. Actually, I just have rather a comment than a question. So I'm happy that you mentioned the ongoing ESCAP project on digital transformation in North and Central Asia, in which most of the countries presented here today also participate. I would just like to take note that it is not limited to railway transport. It's basically, originally, the title of the project was Digital Transformation of Rail and Multimodal Transport. And we have, there were two expert group meetings on this project. And actually, these experts from the countries agreed that it should be no way limited to railway transport. And the recommendations and approaches to digital transformation in these countries in nature are very close to what has been discussed and is being discussed here at that platform. So with that, I would like to welcome all the countries presented to also participate in the meetings under our project. And we were, as we already discussed with Mario, I think we will continue to, achieve great synergies of efforts and resources to provide some recommendations for the countries on advancing in the digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fedor. We are always ready to work with you. And I saw that Kazim made the same comment. So thanks a lot. And I think the next steps, we will continue working also with ESCAP, with Traseka, with other partners whom we will hear in the afternoon as well. So now we have one last presentation because before the next long coffee break, and that is from one of the vice chairs of UNECE FACT. He is from India, and he is leading some work on a digital corridor. They have a white paper, which may become a recommendation one day, on how to create a digital corridor. Taksin, thanks for keeping up with us, even 15 minutes after the end of the session. So please make us concentrated and focused presentation as possible. Taksin Ahmad Khan, he has been working for many decades, I think already 2 decades with UNECE FACT, promoting CFACT in Asia and the Pacific from his position in India. Thanks, Taksin.
Thank you very much, Mario. I will try to see whether I can share my screen.
Maybe he is trying to share his screen. Can you show your camera? Tahsin.
Yes.
You can see your presentation now.
Mm-hmm. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mario, for the introduction. As mentioned by Mario, that I had been associated with UN CFAC for a long time. But since I come from India, I am equally associated with a sister UNECE organization in my region, that is United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. So these are the two institutions that I am associated with. But other than these two, I had a long interest in my government, that I have worked as a bureaucrat and facilitated a project of electronic business in my country, which basically aimed in all regulatory and facilitating organization in the country, those who regulate or facilitate foreign trade or international trade, have been asked to deliver their services electronically. So that is another where I have worked. So the current presentation, as Mario has mentioned, talks in terms of a project which we are pursuing in UNCFACT, which is cross-border multimodal digital corridor for trade facilitation. This is work in progress. So since I have been allotted 10 minutes, so bear with me that I will only give you the contours of this particular project. And those who have interest in this project, perhaps my email address is here. You please send me an email. This particular project is still work in progress, so you can be part of this project and facilitate this project to move forward. Or otherwise, if you have any query or questions or otherwise, perhaps I am available to you. So I am discussing with you in this 10 minutes, taking you through what is this project, and also what is that beyond this project we are doing within India in terms of facilitating trade, especially in the port community system, which is an item of discussion in the afternoon, and also the national logistics plan, which integrates. And we expect that this particular project will touch base with all initiatives within a jurisdiction for facilitating the objective of this particular project. So if I go to the the next slide, which basically talks in terms of need for cross-border multimodal digital corridor. Why we started this, and a number of international trade operating scenarios, which really what is the constraint and other issues which we have captured here. So perhaps in the current environment is extensive paperwork which is associated with all the activities. Lack of visibility of import cargo. When I'm saying import, of course, similarly for others, the export cargo, wherein it, if it is not properly visible, then high-risk cargo many a times goes without inspection, and that are the concerns of the regulators. Why? Because this particular project talks more about the regulatory aspects of the cross-border digital corridor. So this is a concern. Non-availability of advanced cargo information. If it is not available, then perhaps there are concerns about clearance within a time limit which is prescribed. And for regulators, the revenue leakage if the information is not properly available. difficulty in identifying country of origin. Basically, though in most of the jurisdiction, this is a electronic system, but if it is not integrated with the rest of it, then it's offline system. Increase in compliance-related processes. If it increases, then perhaps integration is an issue. Loss of data or error in data entry. That's there. That if you don't do end-to-end, then these are the issues. And the challenges which we have captured in this white paper. This is not complete, but I have captured few of the things for you. Otherwise, the white paper draft is available to the work in progress arrangement that can be seen. Digitalization of trade flow management is not free. Of course, there is a cost to it, and there are financial and operational costs. There are issues of project protection of intellectual property for public agencies as well as for private stakeholders. And shipment information protection is also many a times an issue for private stakeholders because of the fact that they are still concerned, scared that their shipment information may be available to competitors because of the reasons that it is electronic. But of course, there are methods to safeguard this more than in a paper-based environment that we need to educate private and public sector agencies for that purpose. So those who have interest, perhaps this white paper will speak more about the challenges. I have captured few of it for you to understand this. And we have captured the constraints and strategies to mitigate that the constraints. Constraint of information in a digital corridor that stakeholders are not connected through a community network. Most of the time they are not connected. And that's what perhaps would be appropriate, that if it is end-to-end, then from origin, say the exporting end to the receiving end, that the importing end, that end-to-end connectivity should be established. So we are trying to work out a scenario where this can be addressed. And if that is to be done end-to-end and everything is electronic, then data security is a concern for stakeholders, and also concern for the stakeholders that if it is end-to-end all electronic, then whether business continuity issues have been addressed, and the system, if it is down, then how it is taken care of. So what are the provisions that are the concerns which perhaps we are trying to address in that particular paper. Vulnerability of attacks. When I'm saying attacks, it is basically the cyber attacks, and that's quite a bit disturbing exercise in any electronic environment. Then limited control and cybersecurity issues, these are concerns. And in the previous presentation, we have heard a lot about the mutual recognition issues, which we are trying to address here in this paper. Not only we are talking in terms of the mutual recognition issues, but clubbed with the trusted third party in different jurisdiction, and how do we trust those trusted third parties in different jurisdictions to see that we are able to have a seamless flow of information and document between multiple jurisdictions. So these are the issues which are before us. And in order to mitigate that, the issues which we are trying to address is enforcing global data protection rules. That we do recognize that this is happening in many jurisdictions, that they have their own data protection rules available, but we have to really also understand that how best we work out that there is a consensus between participating countries. Vulnerabilities to cyber attack, this can be controlled provided we have clear understanding of moving forward with this one. These are the issues which are taken up in this white paper. There are few industry initiatives which I have captured here, but I will not deal with it because of the paucity of time. So I will leave it here at this stage. And since this presentation will be available to you, you can always use it. While doing all this, there are legal issues which need to be addressed as part of it. So the first major issue is the global data governance framework. There is a need for data governance to be addressed in every jurisdictions, but also interoperability is an issue. And for the benefit of everyone, that not only this project, but we have another project already work in progress, which talks in terms of data governance. And those who have interest perhaps can participate in the data governance project in UNECE. You cannot see a digital free trade, so of course there are issues which need to be addressed. Issues of interoperability and also issues of standards to be respected if interoperability is to be achieved, and that's the reason that we are emphasizing more on UNECE standards to be adopted for moving forward. There are numerous new digital economy agreements, and that really in the right direction and perhaps may be of interest to everyone. The other of an APAC cross-border privacy rules are available. So every country is trying to do a privacy policy for their country, and perhaps that everyone. Then other is the safeguards to govern government access data. That is also everybody's concern, especially with respect to cross-border issues of this. The other aspect which perhaps one would like to address is not only to localization of the data storage, but basically on the framework for that focus on regulatory access to the data rather than the location of the data storage, which is a matter of everybody's debate. And I think we need to reach some agreement on this one. There are some recommendations coming out from here. And of course, MRA we have discussed. So at the conclusion, I would suggest that what we are trying to come up in this is at the local level, cargo community system should be implemented. That's why in the subsequent 1 or 2 slides, I will deal with it, how we are doing it within the country here in India. And the encrypted environment and other environment which need to be taken care of to bring the private sector on board, to give them the kind of comfort they look forward that the data which will be on this particular system will not be shareable to the competitor, and those are the issues. And other thing which we are trying to address in the digital corridor is the should encourage between airport to airport, airport to port, port to port, customs to customs. So those are the issues which perhaps would get addressed in this one. And the risk issues as associated with the digital corridor, data reuse, which is a necessity. We have heard a lot about the data pipeline and the data across border and the other framework required. And of course, the legal framework for permitting digital substitution of the paper form should be encouraged. And this digitalization project should incorporate UNECE reference data model, which has been emphasized by the UNECE chair in the previous session. Perhaps that is an issue of interest for everyone to see that move forward. The other, which very important aspect, is mutual recognition agreement we initiated, which was emphasized in the previous presentation, as well as is emphasized at different forum in UNECE. and also in UNECE, the framework agreement, many of us are participating there. In UNECE, there is an element of mutual recognition, and UNCPAC, there is a project output available about the method of mutual recognition to be visited. I will conclude here and share in 2 minutes time with you some of the initiative in India, which is related to that we first started a port community system, whereby initially there were individual ports. There are, for your benefit, India is a big coastal line, and there are about 200 plus small and medium and big ports in India. And everyone has their own community system, port community system, to deliver their services to the community locally, electronically. But then the Indian Port Association, which is an association of all the ports, have taken a lead to connect all the ports into a port community system. This is running for quite some time there, but the other initiative which we added to it is that we have integrated this with a new national logistic plan which has been worked out by the government. So this is being integrated with them, and that perhaps would give us all support that we want to move forward on this one. The other, some of the things which I have captured here, that when we did port community system, which I have bottom, I've said PCS 1X, and then national logistic plan. This is basically the import chain which I have captured for you, but I will not deal with it because of the time of 10 minutes. And similarly, the export leg for this value chain is also captured here for the PCS plus the NLP, which we have now launched in the country. And my last slide is on the use case of fruit export and import within the country, which basically integrates the concerns of the port community system plus the national logistic plan, which is both of them are merged and integrated for the benefit of the port community. But of course, this gets multiplied for other areas also within the country. So from it has been captured from importer to exporter, and is especially coming on beyond this to adding the freight forwarders, the bank and financial institutions, and different kind of certificates which are issued. So the regulatory framework getting integrated, and then adding to the mode of transports within the country, and other integration of the customs agents and other institutions within the country. So this completes within the country what has been done. Perhaps this will be a feeder to our project initiative within UNCPAC, and maybe perhaps it would be of interest that not only that we do a recommendation for multimodal corridor, but also its integration with the importing and exporting countries. So here is National Logistic Plan for Cargo and Carrier Platform, for Regulatory and Certification Platform, and for Financial and Insurance Platform. So this completes my base presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Two more things I would like to add here, that there are few initiatives at our end about integration of trusted third party and inducing trust in different third parties in different jurisdictions, and its mutual recognition is an issue which we are trying to deal with, and would be of interest for all of you to join us in UNCPAC. This is one thing. The other initiative is on standardization of digital ID, a new project which we have initiated, may be of interest for you. It's a new project. It has just started in the last forum, which was held this month, and may be of interest to all of you to be part of it, which basically talks in terms of how we should have interoperable digital ID systems across the globe, because when you are doing totally electronic, you are always concerned with whom you are transacting on the other side of the net. and how you can very well identify them, how you establish their verifiable credentials. There is a project we have already concluded on verifiable credentials. And also we are trying to work on the issue of decentralized identifiers. So all these things may be of interest for you to be part of with us. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Tahsin. Thank you very much. The idea that there are other forms of authentication than signatures is extremely important. UNCFACT has had a recommendation for decades already on other forms of identification and authentication than signatures. You mentioned one, verifiable credentials, etc., which we are working on. Thank you very much for this presentation, and I hope people will be interested in our work on defining digital corridors. So, thank you, Tahsin. There is only one presentation which we don't have, but I will try, well, if Ulrika is still online, I will again ask her to send her presentation so we can publish all the presentations and you can be fully aware of what has been going on. I hope, well, we don't have much time to discuss now, but most of you will be there tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll have a lot of time to discuss, and there is a special session. So now, because we are behind, like 35 minutes behind schedule, if somebody has an urgent question, because we had envisaged a discussion which kind of fell between the cracks, as my director says. If there are some urgent questions that have to be asked, we'll have the next session focused on railways. And it will be chaired by Mr. Goran Andreev. Goran, please tell me, should we start in time in 25 minutes? Or you'll give, like, we were quite practical here. We organized coffee breaks, including for lunch. There is no big lunch. Well, probably in the evening it will be compensated. But the idea is that now we have coffee with sandwiches. So when do we start? Just one second. When do we start, Goran? Do we start at past, or you give them 15 minutes more?
You're putting a difficult position here. I think that we need to give some time for break to the participants, so it's not possible to start in 25 minutes. Can we have, if it's possible, I will suggest to maybe to reschedule some of the presentations for tomorrow to make a space, because otherwise we'll not have full time for our session.
I would suggest that you start, and then we see if something on the schedule is left for tomorrow. We can leave it for tomorrow.
The question is now when we lunch, when we start.
Okay, let's decide now when we start the next session.
Yes.
Probably we give it like 1:45.
Yes.
1:45, 15 minutes more, so that people can have a bit.
Yes.
And then we start at 1:45, and you manage the session, and we'll decide over the lunch break what we do.
Yes, that's excellent.
Thank you.
Sorry, it is not sandwich. It is actually simple lunch, but down.
Interesting first session. So now welcome to second session of our seminar. So our session is dedicated to the pilot project for digitalization of SIM SMGS railway consignment node. So it's focused more on railway along selected Traseca routes. So this session is co-organized with the Permanent Secretariat of the Transport Corridor Europe, Caucasus, Asia, Traseca. We'd like to thank to the organizers, to the UNECE and all other co-organizers for putting this topic on agenda. This is a very important topic for us. The pilot project on use of electronic SIM SNGS consignment node aims to facilitate electronic information exchange from one railways to another, as well from railways to other stakeholders in railway transport and in multimodal transport, because Traseka is essentially multimodal transport corridor. We have Black Sea, we have Caspian Sea, so even if the substantive part is done by railways, we still have other modes of transport to be connected. For this session, we have very rich agenda with several presentations from key partners, from our partners for this pilot project, also distinguished experts in this field. And I would like, because we are running behind the time, I would like to ask all speakers to take about 10 minutes by presentations. In that way, they will allow other speakers to elaborate and to have this panel discussion and maybe even some questions at the end of today. And now, without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Asset Asefbayat, Secretary General of Permanent Secretariat of IGC Traseka, to give us introduction to eSIM SMGS pilot project. Mr. Asefbayat, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Goran. I will be brief. I will try. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you participating at this session in person here in Baku and or joining the seminar online. With this presentation, I would like to inform you about the pilot project for use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node along selected Traseka routes. Please, my presentation. Okay, next slide. Permanent Secretariat, with support of partner organizations, is undertaking a range of activities to address border crossing challenges, increase the efficiency and support seamless transport connectivity, use of common electronic CIM SMGS consignment node, and digitalization of customs transit documents are some of clearly identified priorities with our strategy and action plan. The cooperation with our distinguished partners, Organization of Cooperation between Railways, OSGD, International Rail Transport Committee, CIT, International Union Railways, UIC, and United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, made possible to organize 2 workshops, one in June last year and one in January this year. Our session at this UNECE seminar is the 3rd follow-up activity dedicated to potential pilot project on use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node that was originally suggested in June 2022. We are grateful to the experts from OSGD, CIT, UIC, and UNECE who shared their vast knowledge on the work related to digitalization and introduction of electronic CIM SMGS in railway transport. The first joint workshop on use of CIM SMGS railway consignment node was focused only on 4 Traseka countries: Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Turkey. Subsequently, additional Traseka countries expressed interest for participation in activities related to use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node. After the first workshop, we have launched a survey on use of electronic CIM SMGS consignment node and shared the first draft memorandum of understanding with the railway operators of all Traseka countries. The second workshop gave us opportunity to build up further on use electronic CIM SMGS consignment node. More detailed elaboration of legal and technical requirements, as well as discussion on best practices in digitalization and electronic information exchange were covered by the agenda. We also held discussion on potential pilot projects regarding use of the electronic CIM SMGS consignment node on selected Traseka routes. Representatives of World Customs Organizations, European Commission, DJ Taxud, UNECE and UNESCAPE also joined to workshop and shared their experience in this field. At this event, we expect to continue with discussion on digitalization of railway transport and focus on participating TRACECA countries' views on potential pilot projects, suggested MOU and the next practical steps in digitalizing railway consignment node. As you can see, our main aim is to start using electronic CIM SMJS consignment node by 2025. Last month, we organized 2 informal consultations with railway operators of interested states in order to finalize the MOU on use of electronic SIM SMJS. The consultations provided good opportunity to share the views of potential participants in the pilot projects. The next of the MOU that was updated to reflect suggestions provided, and today we are going to proceed with signing ceremony of the MOU by interested participants. Creation of the working group for organization of the pilot project was already initiated. All nominated working group members have been invited to participate at this event. Presently, there is ongoing work on development of the action plan for the pilot project. Number of practical issues are expected to be addressed at the following working group meetings. That includes addressing identified constraints, providing options on the IT railway solutions, coordination of the potential pilot project. I am sure that this work will produce visible results with increased use of the electronic CIM SMJS consignment node and digitalization in railway transport. Introduction of such measures could have a real impact in streamlining border crossing procedures and consequently reducing transport costs, which will increase the attractiveness of TRACECA routes. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me briefly elaborate why it is important to sign the MOU. First of all, the MOU sets the principles for organization of pilot projects between the interested participants for use of electronic CIM SMJS consignment node, interested customers willing to participate in the pilot projects, carriers on the other modes of transport, and port terminal operators. The customs and other border crossing authorities will be also part of these activities. Main objectives covered by MOU are to review the legal environment and identify if any changes are needed in national legislation. Operational and organizational issues will be analyzed and existing technical solutions will be tested. We hope that joint efforts will allow us to confirm to proof of concept for use the electronic CIM SMJS consignment node, indicate reduced railway costs and time at reconsignment points, estimate decreased time for the transshipment in multimodal transport operation, customs and border crossing processing. To evaluate the outcomes of the pilot projects along selected TRACECA routes, the methodology will be agreed. I hope that in the nearest future, we will be able to share the results of joint work in this field. On this slide, you can see ideal model when electronic CIM SMJS consignment node is in use. In general, we are on phase 1, as you can see on this slide. We hope that dedicated working group established by signing MOU will bring us closer to the pilot project implementation. Potential contributions and use of experts from OECD, CIT, UIC, and UNECE and other are essential for support of the joint work. Here, I would like to mention that piloting electronic consignment node on railways could bring recommendations for specific changes in current legal regimes, because there are many issues that need to be discussed and solved in addition to the IT components. For example, there are no available and universal methods of data exchange between railways and customs. Mutual recognition of e-signatures is also not common practice. Thus, all interested issues should be also addressed at the international level in order to be able to use electronic transport documents regardless of the mode of transport. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that my presentation was interesting and informative. I am confident that the initiatives I have noted will make a significant contribution to the further development of railway transport in the region. The Permanent Secretariat expresses its readiness to cooperate to ensure a transition to electronic use of transport documents. In conclusion, let me express my sincere gratitude once again for the opportunity to share with you information about activities of TRASECA. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rasevayev. Thank you for outlining well the project, what we expect to do, what are the expectations from the project. So this sets a tone for our discussion further in this session. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Erif Eftimov, who will join us online. He's Deputy Secretary General of International Committee of Railway Transport, CAT, and he is one of the partners and key supporters of this pilot project. Mr. Eftimov, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andreev. I hope you can see also the presentation which I prepare for this meeting, and thank you very much also for inviting CIT for the possibility also to discuss this very important topic, especially regarding common consignment node SIM SMGS. Can you just confirm if you can see the slides?
Yes.
Perfect. So I will go further. The challenge and also the task which we have is to have the paradigm change between paper to data. Already mentioned today, starting discussion, and this is very important for the transport sector. I will just emphasize 3 points. Why the change from paper to data is so important? Because first of all information which we provide is important for the transport contract as evidence of the contract. So we have to bear in mind that all information which we have on paper should be preserved and provide for the purpose of the transport contract to on digital data. Secondly, we have to use this data further if something happened to the goods. So the liability is a very important element, and also the procedural rights should be preserved for the party of the transport contract. And thirdly, it's very important also for financial purposes, because no one will invest in digital data if they cannot secure the rights on the transport document. So for the purpose of these 3 important points, we also start supporting the project of TRASECA and also the implementation of electronic consignment node SIM SMGS to the corridors of the TRASECA. And as already mentioned by the Secretary General, the TRASECA corridors are very interesting for the purpose of the common consignment node on the interface to the other transport modes, and also for the purpose of the multimodal exchange of data between maritime transportation and railway transportation, and also to road transportation. This is also a discussion which we wish to further go for a detailed discussion in the working group on the corridor for the single elements of the electronic consignment node SIM SMGS and the interface already mentioned by the colleagues of the Turkish Railways. We have for the middle corridor important interface between SMGS and SIM on the border between Georgia and Turkey, and there we have various interfaces, not only for the transport law, but also for customs. And then if we go on maritime transportation, the interface to the ports and to the maritime transportation. For this purpose, in the common consignment node, we have provisions, not only technical, but also legal and data content, which should be also reflected how to be further implement on digital way. So the functional and legal specifications are already included in a document, and this document is provided by CIT and OECD. It's provided through the internet of website of the CIT. The technical specifications, it's a little bit further to reflect how XML and FTMIN can be then converted in a seamless exchange of data, which is also the task of this meeting, and also an important exchange of information, and also a reflection should be how to align the data to the obligatory data content provided by TAF TSI, which is an obligation for the railways covered by the EU secondary legislation. In this case, just for your perception, we are on the way with rail data, which is the branch of the railways for technical specifications, are filling the schema of the data with coherent data for approving the tough TSI necessities, which are coming from the secondary EU legislation. So here I can sum up that from the side of the railways, for some years we provide legal and functional specifications, which are included in a common document, can be used for SIM SMGS transportation on the middle corridor. In my understanding, which is important to be further checked and discussed, the interface between the various transport modes, just to understand the legislation and the specifications of railways, how they interact with, for example, sea transportation over the Caspian and Black Sea, and then important interface with the customs, also to be reflected, how to be aligned with the necessity for the custom provisions, and then all these possibilities can be summarized by the necessities for the tough TSI specification. So on this way, we can exchange and seamless transfer data between carriers which are on the territory of the EU member states, and also coming from or going to third countries. This is also important understanding how the EU customs legislation should be interact with the customs legislation of third countries, and how specifications which are provided by the railways will be interact with the specifications coming from tough TSI, normally applicable on the EU territory. But we are ready to support all this endeavor. We can provide also legal and technical expertise for the understanding of the common consignment node SIM SMGS. Further also to reflecting how the consignment node SIM SMGS can be used as a creditive document for financial purposes, and also integrating the accompanying documents to the consignment node, which now we achieve to a further model of the Orpheus specifications, which is 1.6 format of Orpheus exchange of data. I think if we wish, we can succeed to have a good and seamless exchange of data on a railway infrastructure, which can be used for further digital solutions for rail freight SIM SMGS. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and for further discussions or questions, please, I am on your disposal. Thank you very much, Mr. Andreev.
Thank you very much, Mr. Efimov. It was nice that you highlight the need for interfaces between regimes, between operators, and certainly the support offered and documents developed can help our project because we have to put these documents in the practical terms and practical implementation. Do we have some specific questions maybe to Mr. Eftimov, or we can continue, if there are no urgent questions, we can continue with our session. And next speaker will be also join us online. I would like to invite Ms. Sandra Guénaud, which is Director of RIDE, Coordinator for European Region from International Union of Railways, UIC. UIC also is one of the partners in this pilot project, and that support that came from practitioners from the field, which is reflected in their work also in both legal and technical part is very important to us. Ms. Guénaud, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction, and good afternoon to everybody, to all the participants. I have to say I'm very humbled by what I heard this morning, by the quality of the presentations that were made. For me personally, I think that there was very interesting insight on how to organize the data flow, on the concepts of interoperability, standardization, and also the logistics approach. From a multimodal angle. So what the question that was asked to, I'm just asking, can you see my screen? If it is thumbs up, then yeah.
Yes, yes.
It's all good. Okay. So the question that was put to UIC was how can you support a pilot initiative? Because indeed a lot of work has been going on for some years now, and the market expects pilot testing and pilot demonstrators. So I know we're short of time, so I won't go into what is UIC and the fact that we're a global association. But back to the question on how can we as UIC support a pilot initiative, I would say it's on 2 or 3 levels, which you can see here. Of course, here we are in a digital workshop. So from a digital perspective with our subsidiary, which is called Rail Data, and Eric Eftimov just mentioned Rail Data a second ago. Also, we can support from a corridor setup expertise, and we've been working with some of the stakeholders and with Traseka in particular. And of course, from a different angle, the heart and the mission of UIC is to ensure interoperability, not just at digital and data level, but also on operational solutions. So I would say this is a trio where we can support the implementation of pilot initiatives in a wider sense than just digitalization. So why are we also involved, or have we been involved? Because our subsidiary, let's say the legacy platform that the railways have, was set up something like 30 years ago. Of course, because at the time, IT, as we called it, rather than digitalization, was already seen as a strong enabler to boost the rail product and the rail offer, the quality of the rail offer. Why? Because, I mean, it provides more transparency, it improves transport time, it improves reliability, but so basically all the key aspects that are required from the market. Because why do we do this? We don't do this for ourselves. We do this because the customers need it. Interoperability, I mean, I will quickly go through this. Of course, here we are in a global perspective, and we need to, be it on an operational level, as I mentioned before, but also on a data level, we need this seamless exchange. We need this drive-through philosophy, as we call it. And this, of course, includes data exchange. Going quickly through as well, all the studies that we've done and what we've shared with you over time, and that was again evoked also by Eric just now, in addition to the improvements in terms of infrastructure and having a robust infrastructure and supporting multimodal connectivity, we have digitalization, which every time we run a market study with the customers, with the market, and with the various stakeholders, this is really what comes on top. I mean, I'll pass this one and go here. So as mentioned, so the market players have learned to perform and to work together on improving the systems. And of course, customs, going from one country to the other, customs and the consignment note are always key. And let's say the number one use case that is mentioned when talking about digitalization and when talking about incrementing significantly the robustness and the reliability and the market attractivity of the rail offer. And without repeating what the previous colleagues have said, of course, all the stakeholders around the table have been working together and need to continue to work together. Now, back to, okay, what can we as UIC offer, propose, and how can we support? On the digital level, we have the legacy platform. We're not starting from scratch. And we've heard that with all, I mean, the extensive work that was done by the UNECE and the others, which is quite, which is impressive, I have to say. From the railway side, we have this legacy group or this legacy platform or historical platform, which was established in '95, the aim of which is to develop and run data exchange. And that was set up for European freight railways undertakings. Today, Rail Data counts, I think it's something like 12, 13, 14 members and a myriad of users. But basically, the current users of the platform represent over 70% of the yearly ton-kilometer transported in the EU. So I would mention two key functionalities or two key systems, which are the ISR for the wagon positioning. But what really is the heart of the discussion today, it's the Orpheus application, which is really what concerns the consignment note, which ensures the exchange of the railway, the SIM consignment note between the cooperating railways. And today, I will refer again to what Eric has just mentioned, today, the digitalization of the consignment note, so the ECN is available, and you can actually, so it is done and it is supported by the Orpheus tool. Work on interoperability between SIM, SMGS, we've just heard, has been done, but needs to be continued. Regarding Orpheus specifically, and I think this also will explain why I mentioned certain things in the rest of my presentation. As the main, let's say, users of rail data today are the European railways, they are very much driven by EU law and EU regulation. And the TAF, so the interoperability standard for telematic application for freight, is a regulation, needs to be implemented by 2026. So, of course, all the railways and the systems are, let's say, making adjustments to make sure that they are TAF compliant, as we say. And Orpheus, it's a next step that is close to completion. And is going in that direction. But beyond that, of course, there's still the work with the SIM SMGS interoperability and alignment, which is needed for the pilot that we're talking about today. Unfortunately, my rail data colleagues could not join, but of course we exchange actually every week, and the message is very strong. The initial work that was done jointly with all the stakeholders around the table was somewhat stopped during COVID, but basically all the elements are there, and they are prepared to let's say move forward and join an initiative. Of course, it also means, and I think Eric mentioned it as well, that some of the work that needs to be done and needs to be continued also requires railways, so the actual rail operators, the carrier, to adapt their own systems. So all this needs to be synchronized, and I guess this is what a pilot organization and a project management of a pilot initiative is about. But this requires also resources in order to be able to make these adjustments. So the message is very strong. Very happy about the cooperation so far, somewhat slowed down by external circumstances with COVID, prepared to continue. Of course, this requires resources. So from the very pragmatic, let's say, approach, SIM, SMGS, etc. So the work is there and ready to continue. How do we see the work, and how do we see the world in the future? We are starting as UIC with a platform initiative, so a modernization of the way we exchange data, because we are starting from fully understandable and fully aware of the fact that at the end of the day, it's the logistic chain that we need to look at. We need to start from somewhere, and being a railway, let's say, entity, the current reasoning is to say, look, even the current landscape at railway level, so railway operation level, is fragmented. So we need to make sure that we overcome this fragmentation, and that we enable all the railways, even the small ones, who have developed since, let's say, the liberalization of the market in Western Europe, for instance. We need to enable all these smaller railways who have little IT capability to be able to consume and to provide data. And for this, let's say, modern technology and a platform approach would be a game changer. And it would be a first step towards, of course, in parallel, we need to make sure that the logistic chain and that we can connect with all the other elements. And we heard previously today about the FT platform, so that's B2A and all that. So this digital platform, the DP Rail initiative, which is somehow the transformation of the legacy platform rail data and opening up to the wider ecosystem thanks to technology. Of course, it needs to then be able to interface with other platforms and the wider ecosystem. So what we want to do, and we hope to get EU funding for this, is to be able to connect the wider community, as I mentioned. And the first step is really to federate and to be able to connect the railway ecosystem as a first step. So it's moving really from an efficient, fragmented, unstructured landscape to which is slow to adapt to the modern world. And for this, and I will stop here. Of course, we are looking at we are looking at leveraging existing standards. So with DP Rail, the aim is not to create new standards, but it's leveraging new standards, existing standards, to be able to connect and to have a definition of a common data catalog, etc., etc. So the first use case is here too, and this is based on a market approach and on surveys and on exchanges that we had with a myriad of market users. You can see them here. And of course, digital consignment node, although it's the last one on the slide, it's the one that is actually always mentioned as a priority for the sector. So I will stop here and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Geno. Thank you for outlining all these efforts and the work that you have been doing, especially in the relations to IT systems, real data, Orpheus, and new developments and new strategies that you are working on, and definitely support in the sharing experience. What you have done and what you are planning to do will help us in the practical work of the pilot project.
Thank you.
Now, I think that we can go to the next speaker, and we will have Organization for Cooperation Between Railways, OECD, who is a key partner in our pilot project as well. We started all this discussion on digitalization of electronic SIM SMGS with them. So I would like to invite Ms. Olena Oleksiy, who is chairperson of Commission of Transport Law, to share with us the OECD work on harmonization and digitalization and how this can help actually our project. Olena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Goran. I hope that it is well heard and you can see me as well. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the possibility to make such kind of short intervention. On behalf of OECD, I would like to greet all the participants of the event and thank host for the invitation, and in particular for the interest and desire to show in terms of expanding the scope of application of SIM SMGS electronic consignment node. Definitely, we are living in the era where digitalization cannot be overestimated, but at the same time, it gives us a lot of challenges. I believe that almost all areas of business and service had especially felt the need to introduce modern technologies based on the digitalization due to the situation caused at first with coronavirus, and nowadays with the current geopolitical situation affecting the logistics structure at whole, and rail transport is not exception in this context. The growing role of rail transport as more sustainable stimulates us to search for new solutions to increase its competitiveness. And with no doubt, the use of electronic documents provides for more effectively use of technological capabilities of both production and logistic process, optimization of cost and resources, and time reduction, what is very essential, and sure some reduction the time of customs and other formalities associated with crossing of border. The topic of digitalization has been one of the priorities for our organization for a long period. Issues of unified data exchange, coding information, security, implementation and use of electronic legally significant transport document in international freight traffic, specification of electronic consignment node, and standard agreement on data exchange, and already Eric mentioned, are reflected in the OECD regulatory documents, which allow participants to apply common approaches and technologies in implementation of international freight traffic. Today, both the SMGS and SIM-SMGS consignment note manual, which is actually Annex 6 to SMGS, provide for the possibility of using electronic documents when carrying out transportation and SIM-SMGS consignment note, and at the same time defining freedom of choice in terms of the use of electronic document, the volume and format of messaging of data exchange, continuously maintaining a functional compliance with paper version of documents and the possibility to make the transformation from digital documents to paper. An important issue in that exchange of electronic documents should guarantee the same legal security in relations between customers and carriers, between customer authorities and carriers, as well as between carriers themselves. This issue was mentioned today numerously, how to make this seamless and to provide this unified data approach. With no doubt, the introduction of electronic transportation documents required integrated approach, and the interest of all participants in transportation process is only the consolidation of action can minimize all the risk and provide comprehensive quality of transportation service. I'm sure that practical implementation of pilot project on Troseka roads will not only serve as good example for further implementation of international rail transportation on ongoing basis on the SIM-SMGS electronic consignment node, but the experience gained can serve as a new impetus for development of both regulatory base to find out some gaps which we have now and include issues of data exchange, related programs and services. I would like to know that the expansion of scope of application of SIM-SMGS, including its electronic version, the use of paperless technology and digitalization of process are identified by OECD as necessary component and priority area for the development of cross-border traffic in Euro-Asia connection, and definitely OECD as organization welcome such initiatives and support the implementation with our documents, with our expertise. And unfortunately, my colleagues from the group who is involved in the work concerning the data exchange is not present today, but I'm sure that he will join us in the further project implementation. That's in brief some outlines of our project. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank again all the participants because very interesting presentation and outlined many, let's say, bottlenecks within the topic, which is very useful for us in solution finding process. I'm wishing the successful continuation of the activity conducted both within the seminar, same on practical implementation of the pilot project. And in case of any question, I'm always at your disposal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you for highlighting important work that you're doing on digitalization, and we are looking forward to continue working in the working group level with the experts and to develop further all these standards and recommendations in the practical work that is waiting in front of us. So now we will have participants from here. Mr. Mario Apostolov, he already spoke. And he will go on the digitalization of railway data, highlighting the document exchange and multimodal and cross-sectoral interoperability. Of course, we will talk about UN standards, and more detail we will hear now from Mr. Apostolov. Mr. Apostolov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will try to quickly link what we were discussing before and what we are discussing now. And by the way, well, when we were discussing how to make the presentations, I was asking whether to speak English or Russian, and I was told I choose, so I chose to make a balance. Like my first presentation was in English, so the second one I'll make in Russian if you don't object. So, значит, я
what was already said by our friends Eric Yevtimov, Sandra Gainop, and we also talked about this in the morning, about the global standards. In one moment, we actually worked on the innovation questions. This work and the current work, and there was a concept, disrupted technologies. In Russian, they call it a prorывной. It's a verbal translation, but it's something that creates great changes, and then we move forward. It's like Sandra Gilnova said, and the others said, it was a pandemic. During the pandemic, we could see that we need to work on the digitalization, on a smooth transition on the supply chain from one type of transport into another. And again, I'd like to go back to this. The same slide that we showed it. The other expert actually did it. But the question is if there's a opportunity of smooth transition of data from one type of transport into another, in one sector into another, there will be a chance to do what we were actually aiming for. It will be a smooth transition. So there will be no interruptions, no delays on the border. We talked to our colleagues. Until now, there's a huge queues in Black Sea region, Central Asia, and all of this, we can facilitate it if there's a good standard data exchange. And again, from there, I'm going to repeat what we said. If data will be standardized, especially in transport area, in business area, you can collect it better, you can hand it over for better use by regulatory agencies. This is how we look at the opportunities of standardization, harmonization of data exchange. Therefore, what we said, what we did during pandemic, we created packages of standards, as well as some of the tools, supporting tools in the different means of transport. And this was all disclosed websites of a number of UN agencies. We have a specific, you can see it, you will receive of this presentation. It says, you can see the links to the pages. And there should be one segment which has a hyper. And all of this is based and all of this is linked with the family of the reference materials. Sefakt representative talked about it. There's a lot of work has been put into this family of the data of reference models. And the experts say that all of these solutions, collection of data, schemes and XML, JSON, and so forth, you will need to collect it, and you will need to squeeze it out from the reference model data of multimodal transport, which is actually a part of the supply chain, purchase, sending, and payment. And from this point of view, we need to look at the different sets of data sets because they have to be under this family. And therefore, we have a general idea that global standards, UN standards, they create a better opportunity for model standards and of course, there's some global solutions rather than local solutions. Of course, even though they are proceeding step by step, the idea is that if you make a collection of data from a scheme, from one type of transport, which is you can see the picture here. It's from the structure of the data structure or railway consignment node, and you have the same codes used in other means of transport. So you can see the structure of database for CSMR. Then there's an opportunity of seamless transition, which when Sandra talked about, and we talked about it in the mnemonics. Also, we need to say that all this project, everything that was done, of course, the action is continued. We're not actually ignoring all of this work that has already been done. And we have the ICAO representatives, and we have the consignment node of air consignment node. And there's millions was spent, and they developed it, and then they accepted it. We talked to them. We said, we don't change your standards. We're creating opportunities. So in order to have this link, so based on the multimodal database, just use it as like common language, lingua franca, for IT experts, so they can exchange data from one means of transport into another. Then we have all of this concept, and we have it. So to be able to use newer technologies. So if you use semantic standards and common reference data model, then there's a necessity for seamless exchange of data, and the political problems will not influence it. I work on the UNECE, and this is the only organization that actually work. This is non-political organization. We are working with technical. This is the only organization that worked during the Cold War between West and the East, and this is one of the examples that for many years, for many decades, all of these conventions, transport conventions and tiers, all of them ensured bases for trade in Europe. Therefore, sometimes there's a political problems, and technical solutions can continue to work if they are related to UN standards. This is one thing, and the other thing is standards are technically neutral. Most of them were made in the beginning for the artifact classificators and so on and so forth, and then our colleagues talked about in the morning. You can actually use it for XML in the XSE and JSON scheme, and also API. The API is this is actually common exchange. By the way, this is very blockchain. This is a trendy word that we have. It's actually an agreement that we will be trusting each other, but if we don't have a common language, then there's a problem. So these common standards, schemes, and applications of API creates opportunity for exchange of data. How can you actually how can blockchains function if you don't have a common language between participants? Therefore, these participants create an opportunity in different formats, XML, artifact, and so on and so forth. What was made here is alignment. Some consultants that work with us are here today. So alignment between different solutions on the railway, messages of artifact, consignment notes. Eric and Sandra talked about it. SNGS team. And we are very happy that from the very beginning, they started working on the bill of loading, and they used number one, CFACT. And this is example for the documents. For, I think it's about 60 years old, but the idea is that document is shown on the same level and data, you can see response to the same standards. And recommendation number 2, these are the data models, reference data models that our Subrovel talked about it. And so if you use reference data model for data exchange, it will be very beneficial. But Mr. Podolica will be talking about this, and actually worked with us to create the conventional converter between artifact and based on the internet that we talk about. Now my next slide, actually, I'm trying to proceed because a converter was made by private companies for many years. It was practiced, and the idea is to facilitate it. When we talk about the general corridors between Europe and Asia, there's one moment that in Eurasia, they use artifact, and the previous generation have used it a lot, but have used CFACT. So as soon as we started this work in 2020, Lithuanian Railways they said we use it 2 messages for, I'm talking about de facto messages, which is part of our model. We'd like to now use new technologies, again, based on the standard ICAO on and CFACTO. And after this node of the Lithuanian Railway department, we started this work, and the number of tools were made, and then we were looking further how to work with the USC and ERA. This is a European Railway Association, in order to consolidate all of this work. But the idea is somewhere in the middle. Of course, the geopolitical situation is a bit complicated now, but in the middle of this corridor from the Eastern Asia to Europe, and there's kind of disruption, and there's a problem of data communication because it's in the format of artifact, and in Europe they make it on the basis of XML. So all of these semantic standards have to be used in order to communicate the material. So in the last slide, I'd like to talk about on interagency cooperation. Of course, we are working on it, and this is a pilot project, and actually give impetus for further development. There's groups, classificators. We've been working on identification of what our Lithuanian experts asked us to find new standards based on new technologies for exchange of data. And therefore, over the past month, we actually talked about the possibility of, together with experts of fact, to have a technical specifications of different types. And then recently we had a meeting between the representatives of CEFACT and new General Secretary. Because Jade, I'm trying to remember his name. On 18th of April, we had a meeting and we discussed the possibilities of different solutions in order to proceed. Eric F. Timov proposed some good ideas that experts of different organizations shall meet and discuss how to move forward with these standards. And our opinion is that in parallel, in order to align different solutions and in this pilot project, we need to accept it. Maybe we can make it a prototype based on which we can create digital bill of loading on the invoices. So we have experts have made some materials. Our experts can start from the beginning, and on their own they can create electronic equivalent of documents and using these standards that we talked about. I think we can actually include electronic learning tool. So people, if they wish, they can actually have a look at these presentations. And this is the last slide already. And it's about the partnerships. Of course, there are different partnerships with different participants. I mentioned some organizations, Railway and Trasica. And the idea is that to work different organizations that are involved in with different means of transport, ICAO, IMO, ICAO, International Maritime Organizations, in order to have this cooperation and some general projects, maybe together with Trasica, and there are some possibilities with Central Asian countries in order to develop concrete pilot projects. So therefore, we are supporting the idea that Trasica is proposing to make a step-by-step on digitalization, to proceed with digitalization. The algorithm of pilot project, of course, you decided, and you're talking about the idea on the agreement, to participate in the project. Then together we can develop a prototype of electronic invoices. And of course, Kasim Samadov also talked about it today, and the previous speakers also talked about it. We also need to solve how can we use electronic equivalents for the bill of lading, railway bill of lading. But this is not just a mechanical transition from paper to electronic. It doesn't work that way. Of course, you need to change all business process. You need to analyze it. And it takes a lot of time. Eric Timur talked about it. There's a judicial transformation also on technical specifications. I'd like to finalize my speech because I believe there will be some good discussions. Just one more moment. Oyuna is reminding me, he says that I will take the opportunity. We will, our colleagues, we did a survey of evaluation of this seminar online, and you just need to scan it. It will take 5 or maybe 2 minutes. 2 minutes, very simple questions. If you have a wish, please do it. Please use your telephone. I can also email it to you if you can actually answer the questions, evaluation form, what organizational and how can we do it better. Sorry, the chairman. After 10 minutes, I think we will have a coffee break.
With regard to questions, so if I understood correctly, Mr. Michael Dill, now you can we can discuss this later. No need to talk now.
I suggest after the coffee break, if possible.
Okay, then 15 minutes coffee break, and we continue with the session. With our session. So now we are in session 2. We did had some questions on this session, but I will suggest to put these questions before our panel discussion. So we have 2 more speakers, 2 more presentations. Let's just finish with them. And after that, we'll have some time before starting with the panel discussion to ask the questions to the previous presenters and speakers. So next speaker will be online. We will have Mr. Kagisho Ramatsa from UNECE, and he will talk about business requirement specification and supporting artifacts, datasets, constructors, and schemas. So we will go more in depth in this technical discussion. So can we please check if we have online Mr. Ramatsa? Not yet.
We are just asking him to join.
Okay.
But the other option might be that Hugh Probert starts and then he joins.
Yes, I believe now we have almost full room, and we can continue.
Спасибо.
Are you ready? It's okay for you. If not, I would like to suggest maybe to bring forward one of the presentations that we have planned from before. So we will have Mr. Vladimir Padalitsa, which is former UNECE consultant and railway data expert. So he will tell us about some practical development and testing of eSIM SMGS based on UNECE standards. Mr. Padalitsa, the floor is yours. So can we ask from technical colleagues to launch a presentation?
Спасибо, господин председатель. Прежде всего, я хочу выразить глубокую благодарность организаторам этой конференции. И отдельную благодарность господину Марию Апостолу за организацию рабочей группы, о которой он говорил, в рамках
All the activities that are very important from practical point of view. Of course, the previous presenters already said. But what I wanted to say, but I'm not going to repeat. The practical aspects I would like to say. We could this is the presentation. Yeah. The first slide, please. This is the main objective that I said. This is actually what we are aiming for. Of course, is the global objective. This is the step by step, and the first step, it's proposed that the first step is the proposal to create a converter in order to convert SNGS invoice into the AD effect in the new standards, especially the specification of which are the using the JSON XML format using, and the most importantly, between the railway, there's an electronic data AD factor have been in use for more than 40 years, and most of the railways have already made it easy with the exchange of invoices. So I think, of course, the time has passed, and it's time to improve it. And today, the objective is gradually create normative legal base for that transition into the new standards, because today deal of loading in the standards in its communication, there's a lot of instructions, and there's some GD recommendations and CIT recommendations and so on. In order to as to the new standards, you need to have a new legislation. Therefore, as part of the activity that I already mentioned, there's a program product that allows to implement these changes. As you can see, these are the bill of loading SNGS, bill of loading, and there's some comparison of the reference data model of comparisons of reference data models. along the work, you could see yes. You can see how the data is migrating and the loads of the reference data model. At present, this has already been solved and can be used for practical use in order to see how you can actually migrate this data from one electronic document into another and to do some analysis. If such exchange is already there, if it's not there, you can use the standard in order to organize a new scope of work. So my presentation is summarized as this: calls for presentation, calls for cooperation, and these are corridors. You can see the west and east corridor, and such actions can be done along with other routes, including traffic, of course. We need to orient towards integration, creating converters, and not just between railway, but also between the documents of different modes of transport. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, yes, I'm here, but unfortunately, I think I cannot turn on my video. But anyways, okay. Will I run the presentation on my side, or will it be shared from the floor? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good day, everyone. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there with you in person. That's why I'm doing this presentation online. Yeah, my name is Kahisho Ramatsa. I'm an e-business consultant, and I am also a UNECE fact expert, having worked on the transport and logistics domain, having worked on mostly the implementation of the MMT, which is partly what I will be describing, or what I will be talking about in this presentation. It is how to use these railway consignment nodes for interoperability to be interoperable with other modes of transport within the global supply chain. So this picture here, it shows everyone the real world or the aim of interoperability that we would like to achieve in the global supply chain, meaning all modes of transport interconnected, interoperable, having the goods moving from where they have been consigned from, and then where they will be going to at the destination. So basically, this picture denotes an interoperability whereby one mode of transport can be declared or can be used from road to going to inland waterways, going to sea, and all of this supply chain from end to end will be then interoperable, mostly using the United Nations standards, meaning the UNCFX standards. So this, I believe, it has been maybe discussed a bit about this picture. What about the seminar? What is being tried to be achieved within the seminar, as it is capacity building for the reuse of such standard? You can skip this slide, please, because I believe one of my colleagues, Mr. Mario, already covered this one. So next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, I'm seeing it moving. Okay, so with this one, how does one achieve interoperability using the international standard within the global supply chain? So there exist the standards or the reference data models, one from the UNCFAC, the MMT, which is widely being discussed during the seminar, I believe, as one of the international standards to implement the multimodality. And here, what you can see, it is the connection or the mappings of the different conventions, the legal basis, the regulations that can converge or can come together in a mapping world to be interoperable with one another and to be able to communicate with one another. So you have different blocks that shows the different conventions and regulations. You have, for an example, an IMO-FAL, which is for maritime in this case. On the right-hand side, we have what we are discussing in this seminar, which is the cement SMGS, meaning having mapped these conventions, maybe having mapped these data requirements, we are reaching for interoperability in international standards. And part of this reference data models are also including some regulatory view of the data, which is what I believe has been discussed as well, or will be discussed in other panel sessions, whereby the WCO data model covers this part of it from the regulatory point of view, because as goods are moving from one place to another, there is other regulatory agencies that are involved in that supply chain. And the WCO data model helps to cover that part of the supply chain from the regulatory perspective. And as a result of having those kind of mappings, what has happened in the terms of rail, please move to the previous slide again. The last slide, move back to the slide once, yes. Which just explains, I believe Mario might have also mentioned that that there was a project or a need for electronifying the documents that are used in the railway, and try to reuse the standards that already exist, which is the UNCFX standards, to achieve such. And in that case, when COVID-19 started, that's when we started to have a look at these rail documents, specific rail documents, and how to make them interoperable with other modes of transports that already existed. And as a result, we started with this mapping of what you are seeing in this slide, the ECN schema mappings to MMT RDM, because there is already an electronic consignment node used in the rail sector, which is an XML schema. And this is the initial work where we started to try to map it to the MMT to reach interoperability. And we had identified some issues in this beginning, whereby there were some differences in the relationships of the structures that are used, meaning the ECN schema of how the data is looked at or how the structure is perceived. how the different entities are related to each other or they are connected. And these were the issues whereby both of the structure, meaning the MMT and the ECN, how they are connecting or how they are using the transport equipment and the cargo items was a little bit different of how MMT it is done. And we also found out that in the railway schema, which is basically based on the wagon list, it is seen as the wagon list, that each wagon within the rail might include different types of cargoes. And also the difference is that the actual wagon as well, it can be the entire consignment within the rail schema. So this is the differences that we have identified, because in the MMT, you can see that there is a possibility for many-to-many relationships that you can have between the entities. And those differences put us in a situation whereby we needed to identify a way forward for us to provide the mappings so that whoever is using the standard of the schemas within the rail will be able to interoperate or will be interoperable with what is used in the MMT. And as a result of that, what has been done, we started to develop the SMGS data structures, which is based on the MMT reference data model, whereby we were mapping it directly from the if mean effect message, because the SMGS as in rail, it is an equivalent of the if mean effect message. So we started to look at the data requirements that are used there and try to feed it into a subset of the MMT that is for SMGS purposes. And then the next thing that we then went on to do was to take the same SMGS, the combined one, and the same SMGS under the Unified Railway Law requirements, also to produce a subset of the MMT using that, which was mostly the data requirements that came from the paper-based versions of this consignment notes, and try to electronize them using the subset of MMT. Then other data requirements were looked at, other documents were looked at, like the wagon list. We looked at that as well from the same SMGS and tried to bring the data requirements into the MMT to use it as a combined structure. So moving forward from there, then we mapped the possible data elements for railway documents for achieving multimodality. Please move back one slide. So we tried to map the data elements that were still relevant and that were still being used for this consignment nodes, to try and map them to the MMT subsets that we're working on. Lately, we have had some updates, meaning the usages of these consignment nodes, the standards as we produce them as the first draft. So we had calls with experts, with colleagues, Mr. Padalita, who was just speaking before me. We had worked with them together to further develop these consignment nodes and to get the information from the different perspectives, from the different pilot projects, how these standards are used, what are the data requirements that maybe we might have not included when we started with the project back then in the days. So we have enhanced the same SMGS and the SMGS consignment nodes with the relevant data. We looked at the data requirements and we have included them in these subsets of the MMT that we are working on. And as a result of the projects, we have published some of the artifacts that goes with these standards. One of the artifacts was XSD schemas, which are following the UNCFACT naming and design rules. So it's a schema following the UNCFACT standards based on MMT. In addition to this, there were Excel files being produced as artifacts that the experts can take and to analyze and try to implement them within their pilot projects or within the different corridors that they are working in as far as rail is concerned. And remember, at the back of our mind, as I mentioned, that all of this work has been done as an aim to make a rail way data standards interoperable with other modes of transport that exist within the supply chain. So how did we do the actual mappings to come up with such subsets of MMT? You will see in this picture that in the middle there that you have a structure of the SIM-SMGS subset, the combined SIM-SMGS consignment node as an MMT subset, and how did we come about to create such? If you click once, I think there will be another picture that comes. Yes, so when you see, then we collected the data when we were performing the mappings from the standard paper-based SIM-SMGS consignment node. We looked at the different aspects of this, what box number 1 information contains, what box number 21 contains, and what is that data equivalent to the MMT. And that's what we created in the middle. And in addition, for that, in addition to that, we worked on the if min message, which is the defect message, trying to bring the data that is also being provided or that is being used within the industry, and to see whether this kind of data exists within our subset of the MMT. And during the development work, we had found out there were some differences in some usages or how it is being used in the e-defect, and we tried to address those in the sense of how they are used within the reference data models of the UNECE. So this is how we came about the subsets, working on this. Sorry, I was just seeing in the chat that there was a message that the presentation is not showing, but I could see it on my side. But anyways, yeah, basically this is the core mappings that we have created. And in addition, and similar to what Mr. Padeleza was showing as well, is that we were going into each box of the paper-based SIM-SMGS consignment nodes and to link it to what is in the TDED, which is the trade data, electronic data, which is the trade data dictionary entry data. And with this, we have some numbers which are equivalent to the e-defect. So these two mappings from paper, from e-defect combined together to make this subsets possible. So this information, which is already existing within the MMT reference data model, made it very easy for us to perform these mappings so that we make sure that all the data or all the information that is required in this consignment nodes, as far as the paper is based, they are now also available in an electronic format, which is the MMT subset that we have created. So this is just an example to show how the data was mapped together, what we looked at, and what was already available for us to perform the mapping for these rail data standards. On the next slide, it shows, as I mentioned, that what we have done, we are trying to reach interoperability. It shows the intermodal matrix that shows the usage of this data, meaning the data element and the structure based on MMT across the different modes. You will see ECMR there for the road. You will see wagon list. We have SIM SMGS. Also, we have FIATA, meaning from the air industry as well. We have air cargo declarations as well in this matrix. It shows that these data elements that are used within rail are also now interoperable with other modes of transport, which was the main objective, I believe, of the projects and of the mappings that we have created so far. So of course, my colleagues Sue and Mario might also define more on their presentations, have already done that in their presentations, that these artifacts were made available to the experts and are still available for people to take them and to use them in their pilot projects. And we are also available to support the colleagues that are working on this to better implement them. So where are we heading with this work that we are doing? So here it just basically shows you the current work that is in transition or that is in progress as to where the UNCFACT they are heading as far as their standards are concerned, because there is now new technologies in place. And I'm sure that maybe some of you might be aware of the JSON schemas, the APIs being discussed within the EDI world, so as the UNCFACT as well. So the developers or the implementers, they don't have to create anything from scratch. The standards are already available from them, and using these UNCFACT standards, you can then move from the reference data models, which are the semantic data standards, which are irrespective or which are not based on any syntax, is that you can go from here to XML schemas that we have seen or that we have also know as the artifacts that are produced. You can move from the UNCFACT standards to the JSON schemas that can be used in your API designs. And this can be done through the JSON LD vocabulary that has been defined by the UNCFACT as a project to have their own vocabulary with how the data it is linked and what are the definitions of the data that can be used to produce such artifacts like JSON schemas that can be used in APIs. So basically what we are saying with this is that whatever new mechanisms are being implemented, are being used currently in the supply chain, the UNCFACT, it is looking at that, and as a result, they are responding to that in the sense that they are trying to implement this into their own standards vocabulary to make them available. So this is exactly in the latest discussions that we had with the colleagues to discuss the possibilities of also having JSON schemas generated or having JSON schemas used in the pilot projects, maybe in the near future. And with that being said, is that that's a possibility. And I'm not sure if Sue has already spoken or Maria has already spoken, is that in this work, we have an open policy whereby we had invited people to take this and to work with us to better reuse this MMT standards for the global supply chain connection. So from my side, that's it as far as the slides are concerned, and I will still be here for any discussions or any questions or any clarifications that may be needed. Thank you.
Of experts in the UNCFACT level, so that will be very useful to have all these artifacts and products already developed, and I believe that the different pilot projects as ours will benefit from the work previously done. So now I would like to stop a little bit because we noted that there is some questions in the chat, and this is also opportunity to ask maybe some questions of the previous technical discussions and presentations. I've seen in the chat that there are some questions from Mr. Michael Dill. So could you actually take the floor and make some intervention, which will be probably better than just reading at this point?
Also, first of all, thank you for this possibility. Second, my question, one of my questions is which are the schemas that will be in use for the railway-to-railway collaboration in your project? Is this the so-called Orpheus 1.6 or a newer version of it, or is this what I can see as, just let me have a look, I made some screenshots for me, or is this sim_SMGS ECN message? So which of these two, or is there a third one? And the next question in this context, we are talking about TAF TSI. What will be the XML schemas or data models to be used by TAF TSI, if you know about this? Thank you.
So I'm not exactly sure to whom this question from the experts and presenters is directed. I can just briefly say a few words about the pilot project. So the pilot project is focused on exchange of electronic SIM SMGS consignment note between these 5 countries which will join the pilot project. And in this time, we have envisaged the work on analysis of the legal and technical requirements, and we're planning to use all available standards. And for the IT part, we still don't have any solutions to use at this moment, but we will consider what is available. So definitely we will consider what are the options for that are available, but we cannot test now at SET. So we are really in the kind of early stages in that part. For other technical questions, I'm not sure if some of the presenters would like to maybe jump in and to go in these technical explanations. If not, we will take these questions and definitely we will have them in mind for our further discussions. Do we have other questions from the floor or maybe online? If not, before going to, if you look our agenda, we had to transfer one of our presentation from our colleague from ESCAP for tomorrow. And before going to panel discussion, we have some time, not much, but we would like to use this opportunity actually to invite our colleagues from Uzbekistan who are still not part of the project, but they hopefully they will consider it to see what we are doing in this part, and they would also like to present their developments in this part. So I would like to ask Mr. Umidullah Ibragimov, which is head of marketing and logistics of Uzbekistan Railways, to take the floor. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Разрешите всех вас поприветствовать.
I would like to greet you all on behalf of the
На нашей сегодняшней встрече. Презентацию можем включить? Сегодня было очень много отмечено про стандарт, про интеграцию между, значит.
Today, what was said about the integration, what the standard, talk about the process of logistics, and so why today we are facing these moments more often than with electronic systems link, but there are also some problems that are not covered. Also, I would like to talk about this over the past years, so we can see Suez canals and then also the middle channels and then the Eurasian channel. We can see also dynamic development of the world economics. We can see increasing work on reorientation of legislation of land and transcontinental route through Central Asia. New transport corridors of Eurasian. Railway transport plays an important role here. Over the past 5 years, Uzbekistan with other countries made a development of railway through the Central Asia.
Что-то не переключается вроде.
And the research shows the construction of railway. China, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan has a huge potential. In July 2023, TEO will be finalized and realization will start construction of this railway. And there's a certain work have been already done on Kabul digital corridor, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan railway will be constructed as well. On this slide, we can see QR code. So by scanning it, you can see the chronology of formulation and development of railway Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. At the end of my slide, I will show you the video on the coordination of activities Hermes, Mazar-e Sharif, Kabul, Peshawar. There's also work being done on the multimodal transport. China, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkey, EU, China, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Turkey, EU, China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and others. And today we are working on China, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Iran, Turkey, EU. This work is under consideration, and another one is Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and also the ports of Indian Ocean. Memorandums with the international ports, Argos, land port, Aktau, Urrak, Baku, Alet, Poti, Klaipeda, Jabahar, Lipeya, River, and others, on creation of the single digital platform on the use and payment for logistic companies in real time. And the first phase for the facilitation of exporters and importers on Uzbekistan. On Uzbekistan, we have all the information about our partners on 3 languages, Uzbek, Russian, and English languages. And all this digital platforms in the online regime, you can order some of the services. So there will be some memorandums, Sturaks, Turkmenbashi, Karachi, Lasheva, Shanghai, Leningan, Tsingtao, and others. There will be contracts signed with all these ports. And also, there's some work have been done on the development of the digital projects. This is the single window digital station information system of e-transit, e-transit of the customs of Uzbekistan. Also, the passenger sale ticket. This is a very successful project, actually. And the system have been integrated into the STREP international payment system and corporate and Mastercard, PayPal. Passengers can obtain tickets online, and with that ticket, they can proceed to with their routes. Also, we are also integrating with other systems, integrating with the system with other railway stations. And there's some analogical platforms, monitoring systems on the basis of the satellite technologies, intellectual system, recognition of numbers of wagons have been integrated into the base of wagons, and dynamic goods on the border control, on the consideration of data, as well as the weight. Electronic document exchange is underway as part of the bilateral agreement in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan based on the standards of UNECE. In this system, the consideration to integrate with other systems based on the standards of CEFACT UN. Last year, we were familiarized with these standards. We considered this in our system. At the end, future based on the CEFAC to be able to integrate with other systems. And all of this shows development of the digital corridors in Uzbekistan and global. Dear participants, I'd like to talk about the coordination of multimodal green trans-regional corridors. Current railway organizations are forwarded on the EU member states and at the CIS. Priority, of course, activity of international organizations is based on the norms of EU member states. Therefore,
не смогут полноценно выступать в виде регулятора или организатора логистики перевозок через регион Центральной Азии при формировании железнодорожных коридоров через Центральную Азию для транспортировки.
Analysis shows that in your region, there's a different norms on the officialization of the consignment norms. On the automobile transport, there's a single client CMR, CMR, which is widely used for international freights. From China, there's a different sample which is integrated with the single international sample. In a railway, there's no standard consignment node, but different countries use different consignment nodes depending on the international organizations that they are member of. There's a necessity to develop a single system, unified consignment node, see an automobile, and this is called as which has been integrated into the customs as well. In Uzbekistan, can be main organizer of ensuring linking Central Asian countries with other countries of Eurasia by ensuring multi-modal Uzbekistan, Pakistan, Afghanistan. As part of the integration, here, Southern and Southeastern countries, Caucasus, and European member states, it's suggested to have grants for Uzbekistan to develop first digital platform through satellite navigation technologies. This is not a GPS. It's based on the locomotive. And then we will see electronic system, and we see and the digital platform on the consignment nodes in this integration with the transit corridor member states will provide provision of services, digital platform, payment to services, portal terminals, automobiles, and railway through international payment system. With the development, the unification with the countries of the South and Southeastern countries who are not integrated with digital systems of other countries of Eurasian countries. The above mentioned digital platforms can be integrated with digital systems of other countries based on the CEFAC UN systems. And all of these measures allow us to create international center for interconnectivity between the countries of Central Asia. When the grants are awarded, ministries of Uzbekistan can act as guarantor on the development of the digital platforms of Uzbekistan. The Regional Center for proposed to establish the International Organization's Regional Council of Transport Communications headquartered located in Tashkent. Interregional center can connect both railway administrations and other automobile port expeditors companies of Eurasia can become a member. Dear friends, allow me to present you on this map the corridors we can see by integrating these railways in multimodal shipments where the railway doesn't exist. We can see norms and standards of unified single consignment nodes. On this slide, we can see a non-commercial, non-governmental organization. Also, the concept of development of unified electronic document. You can see the structure of this center and teams who are working on the concept of the development of the center of digital service, also unification of the shipment documents, different venues. On the next slide, we can see grant works over the past 13 years. There has been some research, and you can see all the bibliography about this research. Now let me ask organizers to show the video.
The existing transport corridors undoubtedly have great potential for the development. However, there are certain routes for the formation of more optimal corridors connecting Southeast Asia with other countries of Eurasia. According to UN expertise, thanks to effective transport cooperation between Afghanistan and other countries, regional GDP can at least double in 10 years. In this regard, the formation of a new alternative transport corridor in this direction is an urgent task for the countries of our region. In 2010, in a short period of 10 months, the first 75 kilometers of the railway was built. The feasibility study and design documentation of the line was prepared by the leading institute for the design of the railways and related infrastructure of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Bosch Transloyha Joint Stock Company. The railway line bridges were built at the credit funds of the Asian Development Bank by the specialized construction and bridge building enterprises of Uzbekistan Railways Joint Stock Company. Over the entire period of operation, Sogdiana Trans, a subsidiary of Uzbekistan Railways Joint Stock Company, transported more than 25 million tons of cargo along the Khairatan-Mazar-e-Sharif route. Over the past period, certain work has been carried out to form the railway corridor Termez-Mazar-e-Sharif-Kabul-Peshawar. A project office for coordination of work were established in order to train Afghan specialist engineers for the operation and maintenance of the railways in Termez. In 2018, an educational center was established, which is funded by the Republic of Uzbekistan. In February 2021, negotiations were held with representatives of international financial institutions on the construction of the railway. All participants supported the relevance of the route. A field expedition was carried out along the entire route of the railway with the support and funding of the Republic of Uzbekistan and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Work is underway to create orthophoto maps and a digital elevation model with funding from the Republic of Uzbekistan. Work is underway to form a preliminary feasibility study for the project. Expected completion date end of 2022. Work is underway to form a preliminary feasibility study of the project, which is planned to provide for the formation of financial consortium with the development of an investment return model during commercial operation. In July 2022 in Tashkent, for the first time, a representative forum was held within the framework of the International Conference on the theme Afghanistan Security and Economic Development, focused on strengthening peace, stability, and economic restoration of the state in the interest of the entire Afghan people, its neighbors, and the world community. The project office has already carried out a preliminary study of the railway construction project, prepared calculation and proposals for laying the route, which have undeniable advantages compared with other available options. Firstly, the new railway corridor will for the first time unite the entire railway network of Eurasia into a single network. Secondly, the new railway will connect 10 settlements of Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, and will become the main transport and logistics highway for the region. Thirdly, in the direction of the new railway line, projects are being implemented to lay high-voltage power lines Surkhan, Puli Kumri, and Kasa 1000. Fourthly, the implementation of projects, the construction of an electrified railway line along the implemented power lines and international highway will simplify their operation and protection at the lowest cost. Fifthly, the length of the railway proposed for the construction from Mazar-e-Sharif to Peshawar is estimated at 774 kilometers with a track of 1,520 millimeters and a transition to a track of 1,676 millimeters on the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. During the implementation of the project, it is planned to build 31 railway stations, 187 kilometers of station tracks, 1,212 new artificial structures, including 5 tunnels, 336 bridges and overpasses, 107 crossings, 785 kilometers of power supply lines, 780 kilometers of communication lines. The estimated cost of the project will be about $5.96 billion. The expected duration of the project is 5 years. The projected railway line Termez-Mazar-e-Sharif-Kabul-Peshawar will create new and shortest transit corridors connecting the largest markets of Southeast Asia with the markets of the CIS countries, China, and Europe. Along with this, dozens of mineral deposits located in the central part of Afghanistan are involved in the economic turnover. More than 5 million new jobs are created and new professions are formed, including those related to the operation of railway transport. Up to 15 million residents of the region will become beneficiaries from project implementation. In general, the implementation of the Trans-Afghan Railway project will reduce the time and cost of cargo transportation by 30–40%. Estimated traffic volumes for the first time during the years of operation can grow to 3 million tons, and by 2030, more than 50 million tons per year. In conclusion, in order to accelerate the implementation of the Termez-Mazar-e-Sharif-Kabul-Peshawar electrified railway project, we call international financial institutions, donor countries, business companies, and other interested parties to participate in the financing and implementation of the project. More detailed information about the project, as well as the email address of the project office for the coordination of work, can be accessed via QR code. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you to the colleagues from Uzbekistan for sharing their development in digitalization. I'm chairing this video. And now we are coming to
Fake ID documents are a serious threat, easily ordered online.
This is the session when we
Fake IDs can get used for anything from underage drinking to identity theft to terrorism. Think twice if you consider this a minor issue. Powerful and proven solution to protect IDs and check their authenticity.
Can we just ask to switch? Yes, thank you. So we heard a lot of presentations, a lot of information about concepts, models, standards, MOUs, some practical work that has been done in other countries and regions. And all these models, all these standards will not have any impact in our countries if they are not implemented in real life. So we have to think about it, how to implement them in the real life situations. So that's why we have suggested this pilot project to start discussion between railway operators to enable them to test solutions on digitalization of electronic SIM SMGS consignment note. So we believe that this project will help them, but now it's time to hear directly from them. So now it's time to hear directly from our colleagues from railway operators in these 5 participating countries in the pilot project. We will have 5 panelists. I would like to introduce them. So from Azerbaijan, we will have Mr. Asif Huseymanov, who is Deputy Head of Automation and Digitalization Department in the Azerbaijan Railways. From Georgia, we'll have Ms. Maya Chincharashvili Nikuradze, Head of Project Management Department of World Business Solution Branch from GSC Georgian Railway. From Kazakhstan, we have Mr. Tolegen Igembaev, Director of the Strategy, Methodology and Risk Management Department of the Directorate of Automation and Digitalization, the branch of National Company Kazakhstan Termin Joli, KTJ. From Turkey, we'll have Mr. Oktay Aydinoglu, Deputy Head of the Freight Department, General Directorate of Turkish State Railways Transportation, TCDD Tashimachelik. From Ukraine, we'll have Mr. Ivan Khoryakov, Deputy Director of Department of Commercial Work from GSC Ukrainian Railways. So welcome to this panel discussion. And we will address 2 areas. So we will address IT part, which is digitalization of IT documents and potential development and testing of this prototype consignment note that actually was elaborated in the beginning by Mr. Mario Apostolov, using international standards. And in addition to this technical part, of course, we'll have to address the legal aspects. So the same question to all panelists. In beginning, could you just provide us with some insight of existing practices in electronic information exchange, primarily railway to railway and other operators? And what are the expectations from development of this new prototype that we are going to test and to try? So let me first give the floor to the representative from Azerbaijan, Mr. Aliyev. The floor is yours.
Спасибо, господин Андреев.
technological and IT part from the representative from Georgia.
Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. Спасибо.
Standardized documents or railway documents for local shipments. It commercial documents, especially acts, as well as we have completely got rid of the paper for locals when it comes to SNG. Now we are in the level we are formulating the electronic system SMGs with our electronic signatures from the side of the clients, but we haven't been able to get rid of the paper carriers. When it comes to the obstacles, first of all, I'd like to say that in order to participate in this pilot project and exchange data with other countries, we must have, as already been mentioned here, mapping of data, manuals, catalogs, like Mr. Mario mentioned it. We have a common language, common standards in order to exchange completely. And of course, recognition of e-signatures. Formulation of electronic SMGs and communication of the data of SMGs. Thank you very much.
Ask Mr. Yembayev for the views of Kazakhstan, please.
Добрый день.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity. Kazakhstan Railway is actively conducting organizational electronic data exchange in EDIFACT standards with the border countries. We have already a system of, first of all, with Russia, China and Uzbekistan, we have agreements on electronic exchange of data on electronic GD communication, SMGs and SYN SMGs. Also, the other actual electronic documents with Azerbaijan, we have solving a question on the SYN SMGs. Azerbaijan is already looking at this document, and we hope they will have sign an agreement together with our colleagues in Azerbaijan, who will ensure exchange of data. In addition, I'd like to say that problematic questions that were already voiced here that are very common, and these are judicial issues when it comes to the vulnerable documents, because the legitimacy of the electronic signatures is very important. Mutual recognition is very important. In addition to that, we need to, from TSD, we need to pass from there. We have lots of dependence here on the organization of our processes on the government level, because they are, of course, the customs authorities and others are very important here, and also the question on the administrative formal procedures of those countries on phytosanitary, veterinary, and border controls. We are working with our colleagues as part of Traseka, with our governmental agencies. So we are proceeding with this work. So, as users of this system, our colleagues are also helping us. This is just in short. Thank you very much.
Experiences from Turkey.
Teşekkür ederim. Sabahki sunumumuzda da söylediğim üzere biz Türkiye olarak ki gıyabında
Thank you very much. Already mentioned
konuştuğumuz bütün bu konuları
in all of this.
altyapılarıyla beraber geçirmiş, fiilen uygulayan bir ülkeyiz. Biz şu anda
At present, GMSM in documents, GMSMGS have already been adopted by Turkey within Turkey. And this has already been officially adopted. There's some legitimate legal updates. So that means we are in this pilot project, but the eastern part of our country, I think this has not been reached to the desired level. Because we have some experience of just two things for your attention. I'd like to say this, that parties already know, but I'd like to underline that this system within EU, and we are doing it to the old railway in Turkey, but it's not relevant. It doesn't apply to railway only. Within EU, electronic railway, air, and it also applies to the maritime as well, NCTS. NCTS actually. Based on this, of course, the shipments is being carried out. Has already been mentioned, our main target here is the data that was collected from the first customer to be able to use it at the final destination, to be able to track it till the end. So the customs, health authorities, there are some documents that they need to fill out, but they shouldn't do it. But first, produced electronic documents shall be able to replace. So this is how we're doing on the European side. GIM documents from the day we start producing it. So that's the only document that accompanies, and the data on that document finalizes the customs operations. And there's a number of specifications that we need to take into consideration. Electronic integration, of course, I understand, but what customs organizations, they have some number of documents and certification as well. So this, if you can actually send it electronically, then that's a good certification. If you cannot send it electronically, then there's no need for it. So this is not just the other So that document is actually also this is something we need to, of course there's some operational difficulties as well. Our railway colleagues already know. Between two sides, the capacities of vehicles are different. 90 tons equivalent gym tons. So these are things that you need to actually solve. We Turkish railway stations, we have found the solutions and we are working on it. This is what I'm trying to say. Is we started 2011 and 2014 we started electronic and gym electronic was integrated in 2021 gym SMDS was integrated. So the gym electronic integration what we do into gym SMDS does the same. SMDS shipment from Georgia, we not automatically take it into our system. But in order to have from Kursk to Georgia shipment, we don't do gym on that. As a result, our users already have this habit. We have electronic or SMDS. If it's electronic, they have to choose one of the two. But we Kursk, Team SMDS have been already recognized. So the customers will get to use it. Also, the market will get to use to it. This electronic integration, then it is finalized in how can we send it the electronic signature and it can actually be accepted up to the UK. Railway actually workers already know. In Georgia or in Turkey, there could be some other railways department. Customs represents the authorities, like in the European side, we integrate through customs organizations. Electronic signature as a Turkish customs department. Electronic signature, which is recognized here, is accepted in France because the guarantor is the Turkish department. Of course, we'll share some of the other details. But even though we are in the pilot project since 2019, talking about as a department which has already tested from Turkey, shipments are GMSM, SMGS, which is stamp fees. So from the first point of movement, both railway department and customs taking it as real shipment. I can tell you more. Every country, of course, needs to do a change in their customs. Or in the Turkey, GMSMDS. We did the changes on it. Therefore, we need to actually simplify. There are some changes need to be made. And simplification actually applies to GIM. GIM SMGS, we need to simplify it. Takes 2 or 3 years. It's not very simple. It has to be in the legislation, has to be adopted. Now, it's not very simple to do changes in the customs, but the world customs organizations have some restrictions. Our Kazakhstani brothers, some of the wheat that we buy from Kazakhstan certificate, as long as I don't receive it, certificate, for the electronic consignment bills. I'm going to talk about the unified electronic, which we trying to actually digitalize as part of this memorandum in Ukraine. And so we are porting with 4 countries of the EU, which is and actually they use other transport rights in order to transport shipments. But 20 years ago, we started with the initiative of development of SIM SMGs, and after that, we started actively using it. Therefore, we have a huge experience in using it. We have 300 shipments per day, and SMGs consignment notes are being sent. When it comes to electronics consignment notes, since 2011, internally we are using electronic consignment notes, and railway have already got used to electronic, and they haven't been using paper for many years now. Of course, we need to talk to other consignors, and historically, and in some messages over the last year, so we are actually passed to the XML when there's a question on the countries that are using different standards. And then we developed a vector consignment nodes could be developed in the standards and to be used in Ukraine, and through the XML, as they actively use it in the organization of and share with your own experience. When it comes to with the controlling agency, working with the controlling agency, especially with the customs in Ukraine, they are the front office for doing all of this administrative control works. We as well do electronic cooperation. We have agreement on the exchange of data on electronic form only. It's only final phase you are agreeing on the technical specifications. Therefore, we see the huge likelihood that Ukrainian customers will normally accept electronic consignment node will not require any paper. Thank you for your attention.
Because in some countries it's being used, but maybe not to the extent that it's possible, regardless if it's paper-based or electronic. Second, because we are more focused definitely on electronic part, we've seen that there are differences in the digitalization developments from country to country. So the pilot project like this can just help this coordination in development and digitalization efforts to connect the countries with what they are doing. Because we said there are different standards being used, different procedures also can be noted. And third is that actually this pilot project, it's multi-component, if I can say that. One thing is that we should be taking in account is development of this electronic railway consignment node that will be exchanged from one railway to another, and another will be working from railways to customs, the third bill with the other multimodal operators. So we have to be aware of all these complexity and try to, because this is pilot project, we have to prioritize our work in that sense. So let me go to the second question to this panel discussion. So we will have, hopefully we will sign this agreement, we will have working group, we'll have action plan, we'll start doing step by step some of the activities, we'll have products to be tested. So it was mentioned that it will be possible to develop some digital prototype of a railway consignment node. And this prototype will have to be tested. So can you just try to share with us how do you see this opportunity of the testing of this digital prototype, and what we should take in account in order this activity to be efficient? So the working group will start to work, but now we are in one room, all of us together. So just if you have some expectations, concerns, suggestions on this using of prototype and testing the prototype, because we are still talking about testing. We are not talking about regular use that will come maybe in the later stage. So I'll give the floor now to the Mr. Aliyev from Azerbaijan, please.
Mr. Извините, Husseinov.
So when it comes to testing piloting projects for prototype on SIM SMGM standards, we've got so many opportunities in Azerbaijan. First, it will allow us to understand way better how our actual needs and deficiencies in railway transport exist, and also key areas for optimization. During the testing, we would be in position to identify which aspects of our actual system should be fully updated for integration, for full integration with other systems. Besides, it will enable us calculate and evaluate the opportunities for eSIMs SMGS in the context of multimodal routes, lecture sector. Thirdly, pilot project would provide the feedback for the designers of the system and would enable to improve its functionality. Finally, we would see the key opportunities for development of our railway IT systems. Thank you.
So could you please share with us what are your views on this opportunity that the pilot project could offer?
Thank you. Well, of course, from this pilot project, we expect finalization SMGS, and when it comes to international consignments and carriages, we need to test a prototype in order to know which gaps and issues should be somehow tackled in this regard. Like I said before, in my response to the previous question, that's about data mapping and classifiers, but also when it comes to our further development pathways for removal of the paper documents and full transition to the e-documents for the transfer of all business process to the electronic field in order to develop further. Thank you.
Please.
Да, коллеги, мы
Well, dear colleagues, during discussions of preparation of the memorandum, we articulate our position. Actually, we are gonna to implement these activities in order to let it easier to understand. We need to say that we've got different opportunities and degrees of development for the project implementation because our colleagues from Turkey lagged us way beyond because we are in the process of piloting of paper SIM SMGS, and we still expect the experience of our colleagues. Signing of memorandum would accelerate the implementation of activities in the first stage and proceed to the SIM SMGS consignments known, but also we've got an increase in inflows from Asia. We have a big countries and the flows of consignments from China is rapidly increasing, and for further forwarding of the consignments to Europe, it's very crucial to us. We need to provide the clearance fitting into European or EU standards, and we're ready to implement these activities with support of our partners and colleagues. Thank you.
Zannediyorum ben önceki iki konuşmamda durumu toparladım ancak bir hususun üzerine bu artık yani diller kısmında zorunluluk
в семантической части и
Ну, я хотел бы добавить то, что сказали.
Of course, we have got challenges on consignment not usage. Ukrainian railways have got eSIM SMGS, where it's mainly used as digital duplicate or digital twin. So we back up with paper documents. Also, we've got another challenges. Every carrier has its own, or consigner has its own system of management. We not only do have different digital systems, but we also input some information with which is used for management. And at the stage of agreement, a vocabulary and dictionary, we need to find a mechanism. If any carrier stands in need for any information or looks for any information, we definitely need to handle the challenge of transformation so that management system would operate seamlessly. Thank you.
Can, I think, conclude that there is interest for testing of the digital consignment net prototype, and that we can offer different opportunities in analyzing the issues, practical issues, as it was mentioned, the languages and the common documents and data that have to be harmonized between the countries, and after that to be put in the kind of recommendation for practical use. So we were thinking maybe for the next question to go on some digitalization of supplementing documents, which is very important issue, because we will start from SIM SMGS, but we also have to think about supplementing documents. And this is maybe the issue that on the working group level, we should discuss how to prioritize all these additional documents which are linked to the SIM SMGS, and how to prioritize them in the work of digitalization. So that's why I will skip that question, go to the legal part, legal aspects of the pilot project. In the working group level, so we have to consider both. For testing, it's one thing. We will have MOU, we have countries which agree to test something. As it was mentioned from our colleague, Mr. Horyakov, we'll have backup on paper, so we can do parallel. But we have to analyze in depth what are the legal requirements and how to put these legal requirements in this transformation from paper to digital environment. And this is something that all of the countries are doing, and we are talking now about coordination of that work. And that's why we like to ask all panelists here, what are the key elements for recognition of legal status of SIM SMGS consignment node that you would like to have it in this document that will be analyzed, and after that provided some recommendations. So what are the key elements for recognition of legal status that we have to have in mind, because of the end of the, or towards when the projects will start be implemented, we have to make some kind of specific recommendation in that regard as well, taking in the consideration all these recommendations on international level. So let's hear first the views from representative from Azerbaijan, Mr. Husseinov. The floor is yours.
Required legal system, and we have not started using these standards, but we're currently working on this and the possible opportunities of this transition and transformation. So as Mr. Aydınov already mentioned, So the problems we're facing some challenges, and you know, some countries are actually creating some obstacles for harmonization of the standards, and protection of data and information during the cross-border transactions is one of the topics. And in order to get agreement on the standard, we are trying to cooperate actively with international partners despite these difficulties and challenges. And in terms of using this electronic documentation and digital systems.
Consignment note.
Currently, the legal document that we have in Georgia to regulate the electronic signature for local transportation, there is one rule that we use for the electronic transportation, and it checks the reliability of the data, and it checks the persons who have the electronic signature authority. And for international transport shipments, so the legal mechanism that we use for electronic signatures, well, we don't currently have a document, but we need to have one that regulates all these things. And so I think in terms of legal systems, that there must be a similar document that regulates this shipment and transport issues, but currently we don't have anything specific. Thank you. I'm joining my colleagues that are colleagues also working with different authorities like railway and others, and with the commission to develop this legislation, and they are trying to identify the order of legal systems for enabling this electronic signatures and digital systems. Currently, there is a commission on transport issues, and we can work with them. At least we can start working with them, and to develop this kind of documents. They have already started taking some steps, but we think that after this events and these conferences, we will continue working on that. And but there is also a procedure currently under signature within those authorities, and we're waiting for them to finish these processes to be able to, sign documents with them. As I mentioned earlier, as a Turkish Railway Department, and we have already started working on this. We don't need anything specific, including electronic signature, because we have these systems already in place. Thank you.
Very much. And now I'd like to give the floor to the colleague from Ukraine, Mr. Horyakov, on the part of the legal issues in the digitalization.
Dear colleagues, when we started applying the electronic document system in our country, we also worked a lot and on normative documents and legal documents, and we worked with different government authorities, and we passed through some certification processes, which took a lot of time. And a lot of time passed after these documents became kind of useless. I was, I had an opportunity of working with the Working Commission, where we worked on the changes to the SMGS, and these modifications were adopted. And those transport rules that regulate all the standards, and they put the terms and conditions of transporting. They were adopted. And those, but we need to work on new requirements on electronic invoices, electronic signatures, and develop new documents that will legalize all these transactions. As for the data exchange, so I will tell my subjective opinion. All the standards, these systems that are going through the third place can be applied when these participants can all have access to the systems, and if when we have agreements with the suppliers or the buyers, we have got bilateral transactions with the buyers, but there's no specific agreement on using electronic signatures. And we don't even check the signatures of the third and fourth parties if their signatures are legal. If the transporter is giving this document to us, we think that viable. And of course, in the future, we will discuss these things in the working group, like the form of approving the documents or checking. But I will kindly ask everybody not to complicate this process, because this is going to make our lives harder. So we can organize this kind of transportation, but let's just keep the things simple. Thank you.
Safe and secure as well, but we can achieve that, I believe, in this collaborative manner. So we've finished this round of questions, and I would like to have only one more round, really quickly, if you can. Now, we've discussed. All of you mentioned that there's issues that we have to work on the legal part. Some issues on authorization of authentication of document and use of electronic signature apparently is one of the highest, but also protection of data and other issues in the legal part will have to be dealt with. Here we have to bear in mind there are two components. One is national component, what each country is developing in this part, and one is international component, which presently is done only on bilateral level, one country to another. So we can think about that in the working group. We can definitely share experience. We can definitely set what are the expectations in this legal part. And one of the potential questions is to be, do we need something like multilateral agreement on some kind of agreement that deal with some of those data? And after that, when you go the we can have more harmonized issues on signatures, use of signatures, whatever the working group will decide. So this is something that the working group will discuss, but now quick round of what is your view of potential regional or Traseca, for example, arrangement on this legal part for that could be done as a recommendation under the pilot project. So Yes, please.
Я хотел ответить на вопрос насчет.
I'd like to answer the question in terms of the electronic signature, and my colleagues already talked about it. And there are some key elements we envisaged to learn within this pilot project that are related to this electronic invoice system within the legislation of the Republic of Azerbaijan. So for recognizing the electronic invoice, it's important that our legislation recognizes the power of these documents. Second, providing protection of data. For that, we need to make sure that our systems meet the requirements of protection and they follow the requirements of our legislation. According to the international standards, well, since SMGS is an international standard, we need to know how much these standards also meet the international rules of railway transportation and how much they are aligned. So it's also important to understand that even for electronic signatures, there must be something related to the customs and what requirements are needed to provide for that. And we need to study how application of electronic signature may create additional work for the suppliers, the sellers and buyers and other parties. And we need to find out an effective mechanism of applying this electronic signature system. Okay.
Session with views of Azerbaijan with regard to type of agreement that we may need as a bilateral. You already have something, but what about something like multilateral agreement on these issues? This is actually, that was the last question, but now we'll finish with this round of questions. So if you have some thoughts about it, please share it with us.
Мы полностью согласны.
We totally agree that there is a need for a pilot project, and we, of course, we will sign this pilot project, but we have to start everything from scratch. And for that, we need to cooperate very closely with the railway transport departments of other countries, how they use electronic signatures and SMGS systems.
Вас за то, что поделились своими мыслями. Я не думаю, что все нужно начинать с нуля, поскольку определенно у вас есть какие-то...
To exchange all existing cooperation agreements that you already have and to see where we can build up on that. If you agree, we can go further with the next panelist. I would like to, Ms. Nikuridze, to share what are your views of potential legal arrangements that we may suggest or just outline what kind of expectation we can have. Thank you.
To be able to regulate the legal part and to get this electronic signature system, which is going to be the analog of the paperwork, it's very important to have a qualified, certified electronic signature. And that means we need to keep the power, the reliability of the document. We have to keep the validity of the document. It's important to make sure that the document doesn't change after it becomes electronic. And in addition to that, within this pilot project, we would like to share the position of the Georgian Railway Department that currently we're working on, we're doing customs documents on electronic format, and we also trying to receive customs declarations in electronic formats too. And of course, we need to be in a position to regulate this legal aspect to be able to join this pilot project and be an active participant of that. I'd like to add, I'd like to emphasize that the question is an important question. Kazakhstan is a part of UNECE, and it's a part of other agreements, Caspian coastal countries, and of course, so there is kind of a discussion, like what kind of documents we need to adopt and what kind of pilot projects or projects we need to participate, and we will try to discuss this thing internally, and to make sure that decisions taken by other organizations and other parties do not create any obstacles for us to participate in this pilot project. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to join the recommendation of my Ukrainian colleague. Let's try not to complicate issues any further. We're trying to get something out of this this thing to pass a level, and if we're trying to realize it with all its details, there's a possibility that we may just complicate the work and not get any result. We have really done our regulations from our part as the railway system in Turkey, and my recommendation to other countries, other colleagues would be to see if this SMG standards, how these SMG standards are regulated within their systems, within their countries, be it the custom systems or the transport systems. So, like if the document says SMGS from your customs to the railway, then you need to first make changes there, because this needs to become a real railway transport document, and that requires some modifications. And after these modifications are made, then there is an umbrella established to use this document as an overall document, and which is a very complicated stage. You know that it has been a difficult process within the UN system to harmonize all the documents, and we recommend to work through the customs departments, because it's much easier for the customs departments of different countries to work between themselves. So let's try to use it as a test, as a small pilot, and to start using this document within certain departments, and then to look at it as an umbrella document that brings together all the departments, because an umbrella document, it's part is a difficult part. And if you can solve this part, then you will be able to solve the electronic signature part of the document as well. Thank you. I think I have already answered this question, but I'd like to add that so you actually put a good question. If this is a bilateral agreement or this is a multilateral document, of course, it's easier to sign a bilateral agreement, and all the multi-dimensional agreements have got their challenging part. It's very difficult to apply new decisions within this type of multilateral agreements, to apply something. If we do not have any bilateral agreements with those countries, it's going to be very difficult to work within multilateral agreements. So this is what we say.
Panel discussion. And now we can have some reflections for this panel discussion. I would like to thank to all panelists for their contribution for the panel discussion. But now I would like to check if some other participants would like to do some reflection. I believe that Mr. Mario Apostolov and Ms. Robert maybe would like to have some comments on the pilot project.
Thank you very much for giving me this possibility. Of course, what we mentioned early in the morning today, we are ready to support. There are certain things which we showed for a possible prototype. We can work with you. And this work is always practical, meaning the standard setters with the practical implementers, so that we can get together some meetings so that in order to prepare a prototype and then test the prototype. If that works, that works. The agreement, I agree with all the discussion here with the suggestion by Ukraine and Turkey that it has to be simple, very simple. Use the electronic version and that for the testing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Ms. Probert, would you like to add something or?
Thank you. No, not really. It's been a very interesting discussion. I would like to mention that we do have a question in the Zoom, which you might like to take from the lady from UIC. But apart from that, I support the comments from Mario. Thank you.
Yes, I think that we've seen in the chat that there is a question of the dangerous goods. Are they going to be included, which is a really difficult topic. And I would like to follow the suggestions. Let's start with simple things. And we'll definitely have to address dangerous goods, but maybe not in the beginning of the project. Mr. Platonov.
Traveling from through Black Sea to Ukraine are in the rear. Ministry of Transport of Ukraine and Turkish Republic held negotiations, and they signed an agreement how to implement it, and it took a lot of time for implementation, but thank goodness it's in force now, and the work you start is the basis for our activities to follow up. I believe that this agreement should be public. I specifically use this word because we should regulate its activity as public entity law. The same applies to annexes to be implemented. OGD has got a setup specifications for e-consignment notes. It's available, and we're still expecting the will of the authorities, but also we're ready for signing necessary documents. I believe that after the ceremony of MOU signing, not only SIM SMGS, but also other experiments and tests may be made, and we still seeking the party that are ready to pay. This is our customers. Renovation of railroads led not only to cooperation between railroad services and operators, but also provided freedom for any activities. Previously, during the regular carriage, the carrier just received the consignment, but nowadays the customer is eligible to select the carrier, but not deal with the appointed ones, but also make necessary calculations, and therefore the consigner is free from the forwarder or the carrier and has different opportunities. I believe that's a good endeavor that starts and launched in Baku. I believe that Troseka would pay attention to training, as I stated here, not only of carriers, but also the other parties and consigners. So all accomplishments should be disseminated to the market participants.
And we have to try to complement each other in this part, and I believe we'll have further discussion maybe tomorrow in that sense. With that, I think if we don't have any other comments, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Asef Asebayev for some final remarks in this part of the discussion.
Thank you. So
внимание. Вы знаете, что
of the working group to get familiar with the work that is being done. We work together with the Asian Development Bank. Unfortunately, they will not participate today here. They have always been emphasizing the importance of signing this document between Azerbaijan, Georgia, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan. And And so we work together with ADB and to make sure that this agreement is signed as quickly as possible, and that will help us to harmonize the process of trade. But one of the examples where Transeca could be more efficient is this field, and so all the problems you're raising here are quite normal, and we took note of those things, and we're happy that you are willing to participate. You are here with your different experiences and your different visions, and some countries already have got good experiences, and we can use those experiences. And I support the idea that let's not complicate the issues immediately, and because going to the level of the international experience is probably our main goal, but for a pilot project, we can start with something simpler. We can use the technical assistant format, because for Transeca it's an important project, and of course we will discuss the details within the working groups. And with this, well, that's all from my side. I wish best of luck to everybody, and to Mr. Graham. Let's just get started with the real work. Thank you very much.
To guide us to signing ceremony.
Signatories of the Memorandum of Understanding for SIM SMGS from Azerbaijan,
Georgia,
Kazakhstan, Turkey, Ukraine are invited to the table. Signing procedure of Memorandum of Understanding on SIM SMGS being conducted.
If somebody is going to leave, just one word. If somebody is going to leave now, tomorrow at 9:30 we are starting again, and there will be more presentations from this session, etc.
Microphone. Emil Ahmedov, Maya
Chinchirashvili Nikuradze,
Oleg
Igenbayev,
Shevin
Alton,
and Ivan Parikov. Нет, видно, это убит, он, это